Hey, Glitch, how's it going, man? Oh, I have an echo. Could have sworn I muted myself. All right, there we go. Better. Hey, Drew, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for the resub, man. I appreciate it. You rock, dude. All right, let's see. Let's do the thing. Let's make sure we get the Star Citizen button pushed and the stream. Hello? Hello? Can you actually show me Star Citizen, please? Come on, OBS. Bruh. What are you doing? It's going to be one of those days, man. Okay, why are none of you... Okay, you are now. There we go. Now everything's working. Whatever, man. I feel like it's one of those things where if sources are not used for a while, they go to sleep. All right, anyway, here we are. We're on the bridge of the new cash grab for 2025, right? The Idris. I'm not playing one. I'm at the display, Idris, of course. Oh. ILC is going to be open officially here in what, like 23 minutes, give or take. Just easier to blame Star Citizen. Well, I mean, you know, it's catching, right? Anyway, I do kind of dig the view from here with the low ceiling and clouds. It's like LA smog back in the 80s. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's really happening. I was not actually surprised, although that was funny to me that there were numerous and sundry posts that made it sound like the rumors were wrong. And then, of course, they posted the video, and it's like, yeah, okay. It's actually here. And whatever, I'm glad for the Idris owners. I am. But what I'm not glad for is this. You can't see it because my head's in the way. What I'm not glad for is this. They broke player bounties again. 429 PvP bounty contracts. Yeah, those aren't like mostly dupes at all. So they fixed them just so they could break them again. Now, they had actually said they were going to turn them off, but they're still on. I'll let you guys decide if that's a good thing or not. Last time it was a 3-hour tour. They pulled it quickly. Yeah. Well, I mean, we got 20 minutes to wander around. If there's something in particular that you want to see, I have not actually. Yeah, I don't know. At one point, yes. They were paying duplicate, but I think they fixed that. Unfortunately, they didn't fix the root problem. Okay, we're obviously in a turret room. Can I not? I guess I can't get in the turret, though. I wonder if we can't get in the turrets, and that's the workaround for not letting the turrets blast people flying around the Idris. Main deck. We could in the jab? Yeah, I thought so. So I don't know. That's weird. Of course, I don't know much of anything at all about the layout of the ship. So here's the... oh, no, that's not the... Where's this? What does that say it was? I thought that was the airlock. Oh, pilot ready room. This 10 here is undoubtedly where we're going to spend a lot of time in the game, right? Where is the ready room? I don't see it. I'm actually confused now. I was expecting the meeting room. But okay, maybe that's not where that is. I'd love to see a map. Can we actually see? Oh yeah, there we go. It's a lot of ship. How do I get to the... Let's see. Yeah, it's weird that the illumination does seem weak, right? And I mean, this is without, so it's a little bit better, I guess, without my high contrast, but not a lot. It's just there are definitely areas that are just very dark. All right. Let's follow the thing. I look forward to there being a real reason to crew a ship of this magnitude, right? I mean, this thing's a giant. The Polaris is big, but this thing's a dang giant. There's our flight deck. We're here early, so nobody's managed to glitch a ship into it yet. Let's see, what about this one? Can we... See, I can't interact with that turret either. Uh-oh. Shit, we're stuck. Open the door. This would be so Star Citizen. They've definitely put some kind of invisible object, I think, around the seats. What did this say it was? Okay, so this is some kind of airlock. Oh, this is a hangar. All right. Interesting. That does look like it's a bottom hangar. Maybe this is the ground vehicle bay. I don't actually know. It does say, oh, for the MPUV, of course. That makes sense. Because you got to load this beast with something. And someday we'll actually have suit lockers and stuff, right? Soon, TM? I didn't think it was going to let me do that, but... Oh, the briefing room is what I was thinking of, not the ready room. What did I do? How did I manage to go around it? Stutter, stutter. He said, just haven't gotten there yet. There we go. Cool enough. How many chairs we got? We got, what, 6 in these rows? Another turret that I still can't interact with. I feel like it has to be some kind of a workaround thing, like just in case they could manage to get in the turrets and attack. So we're going to make sure that didn't happen. I don't know what else to think. There are no fuses, so I guess that's good. Oh, I have to go take my Shield Maiden's cornbread out of the oven, y'all. Give me 1 second and I'll be right back. Hey, Camille, how you doing? All right. There we are, back in the burst. You know, I haven't seen a single player today. Like, since I logged in, I did do some logistics last night because I knew, and I had to spend 1.6 million AUEC just to recover lost components. So, thanks, CIG. Your long-term persistence is still a real jewel. But is there, like, nobody on this server? Dude, you were already there. Bruh. Oh, come on, man. Jesus. She loves her some cheesy cornbread with chili. Where are we at? There's 59 on the server. Why have I not seen anybody? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe everybody else has already looked at it because I have not even been logged into Star Citizen until middle of the night early this morning. It seems unlikely that nobody's interested. It kind of makes me wonder if it's if they're not instance, but maybe they're all standing waiting to see, you know, the actual event. I don't know. I like how there's security. What's up? This has got to be multi-level, I assume. This seems very limited. Where's the, I don't even see the engineering. Oh, there's the engineering thing. RC status, low power. Just ignore that. That should be a screen with useful information. I guess the Idris M? Which one has the big giant freaking laser now? The Idris, I want somebody to name their Idris shark. Because their shark has a giant friggin' laser beam on its head, right? What is this? And how come? Oh, it's the elevator. All right. All right, where am I? What's this? I don't know where that is. Let's see. Kraken loner. All right. Oh, it's a mess hall. Chow room. Crew facilities. Dark corridor. What is this? Whose room is this? It seems kind of like in the middle of nowhere. Obviously, not everybody gets a room like that. That's got to be whose? That's the captain's quarters. Okay, that actually seems pretty Spartan, but that's fine. The Elba. Idris Elba. Of course. All right. It's a cool ship. It is a cool ship. Not really my flavor overall for the aesthetics, but it's still pretty neat. I'll say it again. I kind of dig the low-hanging cloud layer over the giant planet city. The fat aurora. I need me some automated missile defense turrets. Or is this a PDC? It looks like missiles to me, although there aren't any actually in the tubes. For my hangar. PPB 116 Pepper Box PDC. Storing 16 size 1 missiles. The Pepper Box is as disruptive as it is deadly, excelling at both inflicting damage and overwhelming evasive maneuvers. If this doesn't fire, if this can't fire, like, all the animes with the swirly missiles as a cloud to try and blow up whatever it's trying to blow up, then I'm disappointed. I mean, to be fair, size 1 missiles as a defense turret seems a little bit silly, but I guess it could be used to take out Tauros, right? It's a giant torpedo. It's looking at us. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that. Oh, there's another player. Oh, my God. Another player. Executor torpedo. Might of the military in your hangar. That's it right there. This right here, it needs a chassis with some legs and some arms, and it could definitely be right there, sitting right on top of a mech. That's a player. Quick, kill it! I have our MS-7 turret, size 7. This man turret designed by Aegis to be used in tandem with the IFR 532 missile rack is bespoke to the Idris frigate. 532. So, it's got 532. But those numbers don't make sense, because that's 4-2. I assume. I don't understand. All right, whatever. I'm not going to pretend that I understand, nor that I should expect it to make sense. All right, we got to go to the other side of the building. Should be pretty much time, right, to go see what's what. And then we got to go look at the website, right? Go look at the store page. I don't know what to think about the Starlancer TAC. In some ways, it sounds very much like it should be the variant of the Starlancer that I would want. But I need a good look at it to see if that's actually the case.
Area 18's Premier Centre for Business Development. Please consult any of our associates for help or rental opportunities.
Confused. Is this just going to take me back to the Idris? Is this not where the event is? Is this just where the Idris is? If so, then I'll have to go back to the tram, because I don't actually know. Look, I have achieved ownership of the Idris. It's given me its ID number. All right, so we must have to go back to the to the tram. You know, we use elevators in space stations that travel a kilometer or more that are near instant. So why are the elevators in this tall building so slow?
Welcome to IO North Tower, Area 18's premier centre for business.
Okay, yeah. So Invictus proper.
Yeah, I feel that.
Convention center. It probably is on a dedicated shard. I would not at all be surprised. I know there were massive performance difficulties during PTU, right? So definitely a thing. All right, we'll look at the videos and stuff. I actually haven't even looked at the Idris launch video or the TAC video. So we'll check that out in a minute.
Tram now leaving the station. Stand clear of the doors.
Shield Maiden is asking me questions.
Now arriving. Is business travel made simple?
Let's not get stuck in the tram.
Tram now leaving the station. Stand clear of the doors. City Flight is proud to be the official transportation service provider for the Arcot Metropolitan Network.
The hell? What is this glow-in-the-dark shit? That looks totally ridiculous.
Invictus is a celebration of the men and women who are about to ship off to begin their training. Launch Week not only provides an opportunity to celebrate our recent graduates, but also gives our active service members much needed recreational leave. Be sure to thank a starman today.
I like the display stuff. It's all pretty cool. I still think that they really should that if we buy this stuff at the hey, how you doing, War Bishop? No. Have they done decent bug fixing like they said they would? They fixed the elevators. Well, fixed. They're probably 93% fixed. But otherwise, no. I mean, just here's an example, right? We had not had player bounties for a while because they were doing, well, this 431 player bounties. These are dupes, right? There's probably 5 or something. And every time there's a DGS change, I think it's given us another copy of the bounty. So they fixed them, and then they almost immediately brought that bug back, and they have actually said they're going to disable them. So no, I mean, they really haven't. I'm sorry. It is positive as I want to be about Star Citizen in 2025. This Chris Roberts' letter that said this was going to be the year of playability and the year of reliability or stability, whichever word he used, turned out to be a fucking lie. More marketing bullshit. And I don't really want to call Chris Roberts a liar because I don't really blame him. He is probably being told that they're making good progress, right? But the game is in the same shitty, broken state that it's been in for 10 years now. And while it is time for them to start fixing stuff and making it work, they're just not getting it done. They aren't. It's very disappointing to me. Are they adding new stuff? They are. They're adding new content, and that's great. But this year, so far, they have removed temporarily, probably, possibly. They've said some of the missions and contacts will come back, but they have removed more contacts and more mission types than they have added. Because they're doing a mission refactor or whatever. I've obviously bumped my camera. So, I'm very disappointed. That's the truth. And I really do not think anybody should be putting any new money in the project right now. Because we need to send them a message that says, yo, dudes, you guys need to pull your heads out of your asses and start fixing shit. Well, I mean, the thing is, and here's what's been the excuse, right? This has been the copium, is we say they need to fix X, Y, and Z bugs and get it done, and it should be done now, and stop selling new ships instead of fixing the bugs, right? And the copium excuse has been, well, it's not the same people that make ships as fix bugs, right? I don't care. That excuse now is bullshit to me. Their priority for years now, well over a decade, has been on getting as much money as possible and not fixing the live service. They should reassign development dollars and manpower away from creating new ships and actually towards building the game environment and fixing it. So they are choosing instead to keep fluffing the market with new and bigger ships, some of which we didn't even see coming, right? Because they've added like the Star Lancer. You know, what are some of the other ones that have just popped up out of the blue, right? That are ships are just like, boom, here's the ship, right? Like the Guardian is a good example. We weren't expecting to see that. It wasn't something somebody asked for. It wasn't announced. So they've been allocating hours and manpower to ships like the Star Lancer, which I love, the Guardian, which will be flying if I fly today, right? I like the ships, but they're allocating manpower and man hours to new ships that they can sell us rather than shit like making sure that the contract system works and doesn't dupe all of the player bounties. That is a decision that they are making, and it is the wrong one. They have to stop this shit. They have to stop missions that don't work. They have to stop removing content. Anyway, that's my, beginning of ILW rant, I guess. So, yeah, no, the whole year of playability, year of stability excuse is bullshit. Well, they need to find a healthy balance is the problem, right, Glitch? I want them to make money. I want the project to thrive, but I also want it to succeed. And as it stands right now, we are on a road to disaster because CIG wants to release Squadron 42 next year sometime, right? And all of those players, and you guys know it, I've said it 1,000 times, are going to roll over into this persistent universe, and they're going to get slapped in the face with what a pile of shit, right? They'll be very excited for like 2 weeks, and then they'll be out.
For centuries, Invictus has been...
I want playable ships. Flyable ships is great, but I'd like to have a playable game to fly them in, right? I know you guys feel the same way. I am really at a point, given this looming situation, because regular gamers are not going to tolerate this. Some of us that have tolerated it for 10 plus years are the fatigue is real, right? And it's not going to go well. It just isn't. It isn't going to go well. So, now I've got 11 years of backing and some investment in the project. And I cannot help but wonder, maybe now is the time for me to try and bail out of most of that. I won't say that there's not fun to be had, because there is. There's still stuff you can do. There's still fun to be had, right? But we do not have a stable, playable game because stuff still breaks all the time. Just 2 weeks ago, or whenever I last flew, you guys got to see me spawn ships. And of course, what happens is I get to the hangar and here's the ship in the hangar floor. Still doing this shit. Boop, it's destroyed. Still 11 years of persistent universe in, and we still can't get reliable ship spawning. Think about that shit for a minute, CIG. So, that whole situation gives me a migraine. All right, give me 1 second here. The Shield Maiden's trying to tell me something. We'll not broadcast it at you guys. Where's my damn thing? All right. She's on a mission to do something about credits so that we can buy a house again. Which, the last time we tried to do that was shit. Man, I'm old. 19 years ago, and then that wound up being we fell into the whole predatory lending thing and turned into a disaster. Tyraxis, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Here I am trying to move, and I'm trying to do it in the wrong window. All right, Guardian MX, here we go. This is one of the ships I was curious about. Here is another ship that nobody asked for. And it is one that is an upgrade from a new ship that they just sold us, right? So this Guardian MX might as well be a Guardian Mark II. And what do we got here? Okay, now I have mixed feelings. About the view screen canopy already. So already I'm kind of, I don't know, but look at the position of the MFDs. Yes, please. This is the way the freaking MFDs should have been on the Guardian from word go. Right? All right, this guy clearly wants me to. Yep, let's exit to rear. Let's have a look at the rest. Yep, this all looks the same, right? No, where's the personal storage? But there's no living quarters. That's a little disappointing. But what did they replace it with? I don't know what the specs are on the MX. Ugh, the frickin' walls got me pinned in. But it has 4 size 4s, from what I hear, right? I think those are size 4s. There's 447s. So purely on the firepower, right? Well, I thought it was supposed. Let's see if I got specs somewhere. So let's look at what do we got? Shop, pledge store, ships, Guardian, what? Oh, please. QI, but I don't see the, where's the MX? Is it a variant? No. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, let's see. Let's go to the. Let's go to dashboard. Where's subscribers? Oh, my subscription finally rolled off. That's right. I didn't renew it. I forgot I didn't renew it. I wonder if maybe that's why I don't see it as available. They pissed me off one too many times with the cash grab on the fucking armor. It's like, nope, no more money for you. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't see it. All right, let's see. Let's just do Star Citizen, Guardian, MX, specs. Doesn't look like they've got all the information yet. It says it's got better armor. 2 bespoke missile racks situated atop the vessel, capable of carrying 12 size 2s per missile rack. So 24 size 2 missiles, 4 size 4 guns, and apparently better armor. And it does look chunkier on the winglets because they're kind of empty on the regular Guardian. So I don't know. Yes, but no. It's kind of the way I feel right now. So I don't know. I was curious how much more it was going to be than the QI. All right, let's see. Starlancer TAC. Oh my goodness.
The UEE may be small but elite group of vehicle operators, trained for a variety of operations. Performing combat search and rescue training, they are some of the few non-marine military personnel who are invited to train with the Marines on the hostile environments of combat.
Better armor for a ship that only has shields. Well, all ships only have shields still. Yeah, right, because we still don't have armor. We still don't have engineering either, even though it was supposed to come in 4.0. So $80 more for the TAC than the Max. All right, let's see. Let's go have a look. Let's have a walk around, because I actually wanted to see what the TAC felt like by comparison. Why is it not actually open? Is this just a hot drop thing? I kind of would have thought if it was that I'd be able to traverse. No? That's kind of silly. Behold the magic of PDCs. There's your $80 price tag right there, right? Separate from everything else. So we've got the same garage, basically. Presumably the same, what is it, 32? I think it's 64 SCU actual grid cargo. Med bay is a big hard yes. This is definitely a bonus thing. I did the Idris. It's a mini Idris. Yeah, there you go. So we got door guns. That's cool. Drop seats. The turrets.
Invictus has been a time for friends and family to come together and celebrate the pillars of duty, service.
This is still the armory. I feel like it's got more. Didn't we used to have a weapons rack on this wall? On the max. Frame drop. Let me make sure I did switch back to the game. I'm getting some chop just being in the game. Right, so I think it's mostly ILW. Doesn't look like I'm dropping frames from OBS, so it's probably just the chunky game. So someday the suit lockers will work, right? And this armory will be worthwhile. There's no racks though. How can it be an armory if there's no weapon racks? I don't know what to think there.
Though they have created some of the most iconic and decorated naval ships in our history, their past was draped in shadow for decades.
Am I missing something? Because I don't think so. No weapon racks. No, it didn't. It didn't let me interact with any of it because I thought the same thing. Like because the Polaris has got that, right? But I got no interaction except for those buttons.
Invictus Launch Week is a great opportunity to see your taxes at work. As members of the Empire, it's your right to inspect the latest acquisitions.
They put an emergency release button in there so you wouldn't get trapped. That's good. All right, whatever. It's not an armory. Yeah, it's just a suit locker. That's fail. There's a rack, but that's nowhere near the armory. And I gotta say, it's a little bit limited too. Just 4 weapons. Is there gonna be another one?
Non-marine military personnel who are invited to train with the Marines on the hostile environment.
The crew room is not terrible though, but there needs to be another one. Oh, I see. 4 racks, 8 bunks. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's really disappointing. This would be fine. This would be fine, right? If there were racks in the armory, right? Because then here you just have some for ship defense or whatever. Guess you have to share your gun, yeah. I don't. Mm-mm. No, not feeling it. I am very disappointed because the Max was in a pretty good place for this kind of stuff. I do like that it does still have some crew quarter though. All right, and then this should be the hangar. Right, that's the lift. Here's our little mini hangar, which is designed for a Fury. I wonder what else will fit. And you know what? I got to say that the engine room here is more impressive than the one we saw in the Idris. There might be another level in the Idris, right? So maybe I'm being underwhelmed because I didn't see but the surface. But all we saw was the top of those two nuclear cans or whatever the hell they are. I'm assuming the bridge is exactly the same. Yeah. Looks the same. See, I still say on the subject of security in a ship like this, if not here, right, and this may be considered hardened, because it does look like an airlock, but this needs to be a secure door, and or this needs to be a secure door, and there needs to be weapon racks on the bridge side of that secure door, right? So that if they have to repel boarders, somebody can grab a damn weapon. What is this? This is the stereo, right? These are the speakers for the sound system. I don't know what that stuff is at all, but that's what I'm seeing, right? Looks like it's HAL. I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that. That's it. Except there's 4 of them. We're in real trouble. I don't know. I like this for the most part, right? I'm feeling the vibe, but I'm very disappointed about the whole. Why is there no freaking weapon rack in this armory? This is a bad joke. So we've got 8 suit lockers, but they need to have an integrated weapons rack in here or something. And I mean, I feel the same way about the Max when it comes to the door and the bridge and the weapons racks, right? But especially, as I thump my microphone, especially in this ship, because this is the TAC, right? This is the military variant. I don't know. This is disappointing. The weapons rack thing. Granted, right now all we do is just keep our weapon on us, right? So not a big deal, but. Yeah, right, exactly. That's the way it's supposed to work, right? Which makes no sense. I interdicted that guy. He was on his way up to the top of the ship, and I called the elevator. I do like a lot of this ship, right? And these turrets, they pop out, right? They slide out when you get in them. And you can actually get a relatively good forward arc, right? You can't shoot right in front of the ship, but it's a relatively good forward arc. Let's see if the turrets are even powered on. Are you working or not? So you can see that the turret, it pops out, right? But I don't think anything's on, so I don't think I can I can't even use the turret because there's no power. Oh well. Not a big deal. Maybe if I powered the ship up. But anyway, so overall, I think it's a pretty impressive ship. I like what they've done. This room is actually very cool. I dig it. It feels like you could be in the Redeemer, right? It's that level of, we're going to kick some ass. I dig it. I also really enjoy... Is there any... Okay, there are racks on the jump seats. So there is that, I guess. You know what? We've got 4 bridge crew, 2 gunners, and 8 troopers. If we fill all the seats, no, yeah, 4 bridge crews. So because we got pilot, co-pilot, we got 2 gunners on the bridge for the top and bottom turrets, or front and back turrets, and then we got 2 gunners there. So we got 4 gunners. So there's no. I guess that these guys, that's it. We pick them up and they sit in the seat, and that's it. Add 2 door gunners. Although I guess 2 of the troopers could serve as door gunners. So that's 2 more. All for 8 bunks and 4 weapons racks inside the ship. At least there's weapon racks on these. But the armory still needs weapon racks. Oh, that's irksome. I do dig the medical bay too. It looks pretty good. Is there any way to even know what tier bed this is? Is it a tier 3 or is it a tier 2? Tier 3. All right. I kind of feel like for a ship of this magnitude, no, maybe not. Maybe tier 3 is the right call. It's definitely a step up from, say, the Cutlass, right? But I kind of would have thought a medical bay like this would have been closer to being on par with the medical Terrapin. How you doing, Martelcon? But I guess I'm okay with that. I mean, it's not like it's an actual military ship, right? It's just a military flavor. And to be honest, as long as there's respawns and no real death penalty, it doesn't really matter beyond tier 3 anyway, right? Doing pretty good overall, man. We're just checking out the show. All right. Now on to the ground vehicle, which I wonder if it'll fit in this. This MTC, which looks kind of cool, but I don't know that it's got any real call for use. It's just such an odd assortment of stuff on the showroom today. What a mix. I mean, I dig it. It's very like H2, right? It's kind of got that Hummer H2 vibe. So I do like it. It looks cool. I really like the tires. We finally got wheels that look like they're going somewhere. I just don't know if there's any good reason. It's got to be for a railgun or something, right? Large rack. Racks, suit lockers, and bullshit remote turret seat. Oh, okay. Really? That's the remote turret seat, huh? No. 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 Not impressed with that seat. Really? That's just... No. What is this light? And what is this? What am I even looking at? Engineering terminal. I have no idea what this is with the bright red light on it, but that's kind of irritating. Is it on this one too? No, it's not on this one. Weird. So many seats over-engineered for failure. It only takes, 4 seconds to sit down in the seat and actually get ready to do something, right? Can't power it on. So can't even look at the MFDs. That's kind of disappointing. I think it's too tall. I think it's too tall for the TAC anyway. I ain't sure though. I could be wrong. As an expert in industrial operations, Greycat understands that job site security is a vital part of any successful business venture. Not only that, but to be fully effective, you need to be able to get your security personnel and their equipment to wherever they're needed most. That's why the MTC Mobile Tactical Center is such an important addition to your next venture. Nimble enough to access the difficult terrain encountered at remote operations, and equipped with enough suit lockers, weapon racks, and storage to tackle a wide host of issues, the MTC could make all the difference when it comes to turning a potential problem into potential profit. What the fuck are we talking about? There are 2 suit lockers. The second seat in this thing is an afterthought. What a load of bullshit. No, man. No. No, that seat? Come on. I'm very disappointed. No. Just no. I mean, I dig it. It's got a large weapon rack. Right? Those look like probably an ammo shelf. We got 4 regular primary weapons racks with sidearm racks on top. So that's nice. 2 suit lockers is just what? Okay, whatever. Mobile command center? No, this seat is just no. I don't know what to think about that. And what am I using to control the remote turret? Nothing? I'm just sitting in a chair. I mean, the stick controls is fine, but where's the display? There should be some kind of display, right? No. 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 Can I rent one? Where's the rent option? Did they disable all the rents? I'm not seeing the... Yeah, I'm still waiting for mine as well. Absolutely want my freaking Tumbrel Ranger, please. Where's the rent option? Is there a terminal to rent the stuff now? Maybe. I see terminals. Which is fine. That's probably the smart way to do it.
Invictus
All
launch
right.
week is a great opportunity to see your taxes at
So we want to rent.
the Empire. It's your right to inspect the latest acquisitions of the UEE Navy.
Where's the... I can't rent the MX? No, god damn it. That's not what I'm trying. No. Gray Cat. Rent.
Although Invictus is a celebration of the men and women who are about to ship off to begin their training,
Why does it keep all right, whatever.
opportunity to celebrate our recent graduates,
And I can't rent the
service members,
I can't rent the TAC?
be sure to thank a starman today.
Dude. What the fuck? Can I rent these on the ships, maybe? It's not on that.
The latest line of defenders from Aegis Dynamics have already been battle tested throughout the Empire.
No.
With that kind of success, it's no wonder that the Navy expanded
Interaction here.
ships in their
Whatever, man. I mean, if this one's not ready, then maybe it's just not play ready. But I feel like this SIG is broken ILW. Right? Because the TAC is definitely available to buy now. So where's the rent for it? Oh, that's the Puel. Not what I was looking for. Still wondering that maybe there is no. I'm still surprised that we can't. Why can't I traverse this? This is very disappointing. Yeah, what are they doing?
hostile environments of Corridor.
Well, I'm glad there's windows, although maybe they should have been a little bit bigger. Oh, that's the door, right?
Pilot experience, more so than any other manufacturer. Their reps and engineers are a common fixture at the Academy, trying to get first-hand accounts of what works and what doesn't in their ships.
Let's see if CIG has commented on it. Let's see. Where are we at? Community Spectrum, new tab. Wait a minute. Well, no, it don't matter. As long as I don't go digging into.
Aegis Dynamics back to Invictus.
Okay.
Though they have created some of the most iconic and decorated naval ships in our history, their past was draped in shadow for decades. We are thrilled to see that they have truly committed themselves to building a brighter future.
The vitriolic commentary is real. Where's the... Don't see anything.
For those with loved ones setting off today to begin their life in the Navy, stop by our
None of this is new.
to get a better understanding of what they have to look forward to in naval service.
And they may have locked it so that until the appropriate day pops. Get that shit out of there. Thank you. So I'm assuming it's because Aegis Day, right? So we can't rent the ships that are on display because it's Aegis Day? I don't know what else to think. This is dumb. All right, let's go check out the Asgard. Is it big enough? I don't know if it's big enough. Does it carry a tank? If it doesn't carry a tank, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed. It might be big enough. So it's definitely just a big Valk, which is fine. Can we, oh, probably not because of the floor, right? Yep, there we go. So we can vault into this one, but not to tack. Or tack. I fly my Guardian QI all the time, right? I like it because it's, you know, I can put a 1 SCU box in it. To be honest, it's a little bit funky getting it in out of the elevator, but I can put a box in it so I can protect my loot, right? Because if you've got stuff stored in the ship and the ship blows up right now, you don't get to retrieve anything. If it actually explodes, it's all gone. If it explodes and the box is in there, then the box gets left behind. So I do that. But I like that it's got interior space for doing stuff that you need to do, right? Even if that's just hydrating. And it flies pretty well, right? It's not better than anything special. It has the same kind of appeal to me as like a Cutlass, we'll say that, or a Titan, because you can do a little bit of whatever you want in it. So I like it. It's better than it was at launch. At launch, it was falling apart all the time. So it doesn't fall apart as much anymore. My biggest critique on the Guardian is it has this massive power sink, right? You can put, 8 or 10 pips into your engines. And for you to do that, you do not get anywhere near enough benefit. So I feel like it's supposed to be a lot quicker or faster than it is. But ship tuning is still a work in process, especially since master modes. Now this Guardian MX, you know, that we're seeing today, that's got freaking 4 size 4 guns on it. If it flies as well, for general combat use, it's going to be superior in every way. Yeah, now the Cuddy Black clearly has more interior space, more cargo space than the Guardian does, right? But if you're not looking specifically to carry a small ground vehicle or actual cargo, the Guardian serves. It like I said, it maybe like a Titan Plus, because the Titan has some room, not as much as the Cuddy. You can get actually two SCU containers in the Guardian, but it's finicky. It's not on the grid. But I like it. Like I said, I like it. I like the way it flies. I like the way it shoots. It's not necessarily more combat effective than, say, a Vanguard, but I feel like it's on par, which is where it should be.
Invictus launch week is a great opportunity to see your taxes at work. As members of the Empire, it's your right to inspect the latent acquisitions of the UEE.
So what do we get here? This is a turret. What is this? Ordnance bay? What is this seat, though? Is this just a... This is just some kind of jump seat? For what? Maybe the driver of the ground vehicle? Shadow Wolf, how you doing, man? Thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Good to see you, sir. And what are these? See, there's a nice set of weapon racks. That's, you know, is this an armory? Maybe that's a suit locker. Maybe that's a, I don't know what it would be if it's not a suit locker. I feel like that's what it's got to be. Yep, this definitely feels familiar. Wow. A missile turret. I like it. I think it's pretty cool.
Aegis Dynamics is committed to improving the pilot experience, more so than any other manufacturer. Their reps and engineers are a common fixture at the Academy and Naval.
Manned turret. So probably not slave to the pilot, but I bet those are the shoulder guns. And then, of course, the under turret, the chin turret. And it looks like it's designed to hold the tank, so that's the point, right? I think. I didn't even read the sign, of course. I don't know. I think it's going to get a lot of play, even though there's not really a good reason to use the tank, and it kind of sucks. I like the video screen with the advertisements playing. Interesting. Very, very credible in a way, right? Because if you're going to lay there in your rack and you're not actually sleeping, it would be nice to have a screen for video communications or whatever. I don't know. I like it. I really just wanted to drop down, but it wouldn't let me do it. How fast does the door open? That was one of the nice things about the Valk, was pretty quick. All right. All right. I won't complain.
Invictus launch week is a great opportunity to see your taxes.
And the buttons are accessible, I assume, on both sides. Yeah. All right. I will say that I guess it's okay. I feel like the balance on the ship, I feel like the rear landing gear should probably be a little lower, considering that the ship is designed clearly to carry a tank, because that's not nothing, and those engines are fairly far back. Center of balance on the appeal, that's a visual thing, but it seems a little out of whack to me. I feel like the landing gear should be further back. But okay. That's just me nitpicking. I do like it. We ought to be able to rent that one, right? Because it's Aegis. I'm still actually really aggravated that I can't rent the TAC or the Guardian MX. I wanted to see how that one flew. And I wanted to see what would fit in the, I will say this is the negative for me. I get the whole armor thing, but just having the open canopy, I don't know. I mean, they're doubling down on the alien DNA. I do like the MFT placement on that, though. So much better than what's on the regular Guardian. All right. Before I forget, let's see if I can rent the Asgard.
Time for friends and family to come together and celebrate the pillars of duty, service.
So I guess we're going to have to wait 4 days to be able to rent the Miska Mirai ships, which is really kind of... I'm kind of grr about the whole thing. To put them on display and then not make them rentable is...
Yeah.
And I don't see the... Oh. Asgard is... No, it's Aegis, right?
We've got more than enough already.
UEE Navy
Sorry,
is proud
I'll be
to
with you
welcome
momentarily.
Aegis Dynamics back to Invictus launch week.
Sorry, I'll be
Though
with you
they have
momentarily.
created some of the most iconic and decorated naval ships in our history, their past was draped in shadow for decades. We are thrilled to see that they have truly committed themselves
Really?
to building a brighter future.
Maybe it's not flyable? I guess let's check the store. No, not the launcher. Where's my other...
The UEE Navy small but elite group of vehicle operators trained for a variety of operations.
Oh, is it Anvil?
Rescue training,
Valkyrie also Anvil? Why did I think they were Aegis? All right, well, that's fine. All right, that makes sense at least.
style environments off Corey.
Okay. Well, this is kind of cheeseball then. Why are they doing this to us? This is the hype day. Hey, look, here's some ships that you can rent in a couple of days. But the TAC's already available for sale. I don't know what to think about that. And I want to try the TAC, I really do, but I do not have enough store credit to buy one, and I'm not willing to CCU my Max until I try it out, because I actually really am turned off by the fact that the Armory does not have weapon racks in it. That's very disappointing. All right, do we have the blades displayed? What do we got over here?
While fighters like the Hornet and Gladiators have become synonymous with the UEE Navy, the truth is that with the variety of operations over the vastness of the Empire, the Navy
Just going to point out again, there's no racks in this ship either, right? And no proper jump seats. So, presumably, this guy's a medic. Maybe this guy here's a medic too that's helping the other one out. First of all, there's not two jump seats for them, but they've got long weapons, which they should be storing on racks that are not in the game. We don't have racks in this ship. They do stuff like this, and this is a very cool image, but this does not suit the actual game that they're delivering to us. This is the kind of problem that I have with CIG as developers now, because they're creating ships and implied gameplay. Here they are implying certain gameplay, yet they are not delivering what's needed in those ships.
the latest line of defenders from Aegis Dynamics have already
I'm curious about this. Last night, I was going to go check out the Hunty Idris, or Hunta Polaris, and never did get to it because I was doing logistics. But when the other guys completed it, it gave me the reward message that said I have 30 items in my primary residence in the inventory, go get it from the freight elevator. So all I had to do was take the mission and fly around a little because I was running around. You know what? I didn't. I didn't. I was going to, and then I forgot. And I'm here now, so I don't see it. Now that I'm here, I guess I can't take it. When the hammerhead was new, I had melted everything and bought one. I was moved by the hammerhead. And then later I melted it. And it might have been the same year, actually. And got the Expedition Mega Pack. And then at some point I had previously, maybe before that, I think actually before the hammerhead, I melted everything. I bought a bunch of hawks. And then melted them and then the hammerhead. Yeah, when I leave, it'll probably show up again. I want that skin for the F8 that I'm not going to have until they give us one for real. I do like that red skin. I melted my F8 though. It's in buyback. God, the frame choppiness is pretty bad. Super Hornet Mark II. Where's the Heartseeker? I figured that would be the one that would be on the floor. He has the Hunt the Polaris mission too. Oh my God. Okay, I managed to go around them. I wanted to see, are they selling the blades anywhere?
Aegis Dynamics is committed to improving the pilot experience, more so than any other manufacturer.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're asking and I'm asking myself the same question. I'm looking to see. See, they got bombs. They got new sizes of bombs. All I see so far is components and guns. Let's go around the other way. Now, I'm very disappointed in that MTC as well, man. I don't know what to think about.
Invictus launch week is a great.
I don't know what to think about CIG.
As members of the Empire, it's your right to inspect the latest acquisitions of the UEE Navy.
Fly smarter. That's about weapons. That doesn't say anything about blades.
The latest line of defenders from Aegis Dynamics have already been battle-tested throughout the Empire and beyond.
I don't know what all components are available today. I do wonder if they...
Aegis ships in their fleet.
I wish it had decent information. It would be nice if it told me what grade shield that is and stuff, you know? For me to have to go look it up is lame.
The UEE Navy's small but elite group of vehicle operators.
Really, blades are on the pledge store? Oh.
They are some of the few
Yeah, there may be, and I just haven't stumbled across it yet. I was looking at the ships.
hostile environments of Corin.
What on earth is this thing?
Lately, but my luck's due to turn any day now. Some sidekicks finally coughed up, which will help me clear out my debt. And
That's got to be a size 3
feel like things are looking up.
power plant, I guess. That thing's giant. Looks like a massive car battery.
For centuries, Invictus has been a time for friends and family to come together and celebrate the pillars of duty, service, and civic pride.
What's good with you?
Good old penguin. I do like the Titan, the Avenger. I think the Avenger is a cool ship. I have not looked at the map either. Obviously, I should just go look at the map. So we got Asgard, we got Centurion, Ballista, Spartan, Ursa Medical, Cyclone, Storm, Nova, MT, Harvey, Redeemer, Hammerhead, MPUV, Pisces, Seador, Mantis, Terrapin Medical, F8 Lightning, Arrow, Guardian, Scorpius, Gladius, and then the shit on display. Okay, well, it doesn't actually say anything at all about the side display, so I guess we'll have to continue to look. I have not seen anything on blades, though. I feel like they have changed the way that they're doing things this year, and we're not going to see rotations. I have not looked at stuff in PTU, so maybe some of y'all already know that they're not. It doesn't look like they're going to rotate the displays at all. They're just going to rotate when they're selling what. Okay, which is cool. I mean, to be honest, that makes sense. But it is a little irksome after years of the way that they used to do it to see ships on display that we can't rent. But, you know, that's fine. I'll get over it. All I'm seeing is regular components on all these tables, though. Nothing on blades. I'll go back over that way in a second, but it just seemed to be talking about components in general. I didn't notice blades mentioned, but I didn't read it word for word, so I'll go back over there and check. Change the way you fly. See, that's just a cooler. I think this is just about customization in general. Durango power plant. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, hey, you can customize your ship, I think. Shiny. What is it? Oh, there it was. It's an Agni. It's just coolers and stuff.
Anything new in your world?
I think my guild membership's gonna lapse soon.
Oh, uh-oh. Okay, that was a hard lock. I thought we were going to crash. I want to see my Perseus, man.
This regen thing. I feel like they had to have known it was an issue before.
Wait, what's this? Oh, wait. I can't interact with it. Okay, these are flight blades. Unlocks potentially your ship with a flight blade from Broad and Robbie. PHP series of flight blades reallocates forward thrust resources, allowing your ship to deliver increased precision handling during tight maneuvers. Well, the TSB reallocates lateral thrust resources to deliver increased top speeds in the straightaway. All right, well, we're going to see all that stuff come into play soon. I cannot interact with these, however. So they are on display. I can't rent them or buy them or anything. Yeah. Interesting. I want to see, I did see some numbers in somebody's X post, and it did look like that they were significant enough to count, but I don't know how many people is potato pilots, because let's be real, most people in Star Citizen are potato pilots, are really going to notice a difference. And that's not intended to be derogatory. It's just true. Most people don't have enough time to really invest, especially playing mouse and keyboard, to really feel the difference between, you know, say, an Arrow and a Hornet, or even a Vanguard. That's just truth. Until they're being pinned down, and then maybe they'll go, man, this thing's so slow, but it's just... Okay, so where'd my so flight blades are on the pledge store, you're telling me? Add-ons? Where are they? Oh wait, ship upgrades. I saw it. No, that's CCUs. Dude. And they're not out for every ship yet. Well, that would figure. You're not even going to let me see? Yeah, because I don't subscribe anymore. I let it lapse. They pissed me off with that $30 freaking armor shit. That's kind of a cool paint. All right. Add-ons. Okay. So I had clicked the right button and then backed out of it. Wow. I don't know what to think about the fact that they vary in price that much. What? I'm sorry, what? You can swap out your Scorpius turret now with missiles. Okay, I have real mixed feelings about this, right? As long as this stuff is earnable in-game in the long haul, right? And they have told us all of this, everything is supposed to be earnable in-game. Eventually, then I guess I'm okay with this. But this is clearly the new ship profiteering, right? Interesting. I will say that slaving the turrets on the Scorpius does make me tempted to buy my Scorpius back just to give it a try. Because, I mean, you guys know I fly alone a lot of time. $30 for a missile turret? Well, yeah, and a paint, right? But I mean, the paint alone would be $7. That's the way they do it. I do think $30 for the turret is a little much. But you get $30 war bond. Wasn't it $30 war bond for that armor and that paint and that gun? I don't know. What's the difference between... Oh, this is the war bond one. Wait a minute. Didn't I see... So the war bond one also comes with a shirt? Is that what I'm seeing? Yes. And the hat. And a hat. No speed blade for your Star Lancer Max. Rip. All right. As much as I think that maybe the overall pricing is a little too much macrotrans instead of microtrans, I do think it's nice that if you war bond it, you get something extra. So I'll give them props for that. You get the free hat and the free shirt. Okay. All right. Probably just because they're used, right? Because they're used with the MPUV is included in what? The Idris. The Pisces is included in what? The Carrack Exploration Pack, although probably the Carrack doesn't have any blades, right? I don't know. I'm going to have to try the Gladius blade kit, though. Right? With credit. I've got credit. And I like the paints. Tumbril Nova weapon kit? What does the freaking blade do for the Nova? It's a ballistic Gatling. Size 5 NV57 ballistic Gatling gun for your Nova. Oh man. All right. Okay, I'm on board with them letting us customize stuff, right? But sometimes their approach is just... I like that paint. I like these simple paints on all these ships. Retaliator modules. $5 to change your handle name. Come on, man. Game universe map? What is this? Is this physical stuff? This is a pre-order and won't be available until closer to launch. But this says digital star map. I don't want a digital one. A physical one I'd be interested in. Yeah, it's not huge numbers. They're not huge numbers, which is the way it should be. I mean, it should be about tweaking. But does it slow down the lateral thrust, or does it only impact the... Because it said it redirected assets, right? Let's see. What does it say if I look at it? Let's see more information here. And to be honest, all those numbers are going to be subject to change. I want to see some racing blades for the racing ships. Pitch and yaw down 1, roll down 2. You see, probably Probably I would want to go with the maneuvering one versus the speed one, depending on how much slower the SCM is. But is this also digital? Digital making of Star Citizen, yeah. All that sounds good, but no. If there's physical stuff involved, then sure. Handley takes SCM down to 216 from 225. Well, that's not huge. Interesting. It'll be worth trying out. It's a little bit weird to me that they don't offer a whole pack deal for the Scorpius. I'd try and bait people in for the big buy, right? Even if it was just $2, I'd make a $50 package where you could get the blades and the weapon kit, right? Because they'd be $50 instead of 52. Oh, you know what? That's the Heartseeker Gatling, isn't it? That is. It's the Heartseeker Gatling. Well, you know what? I suspect that there will probably be different tuning blades available over time. Now, thinking about 10 years out, right, when the project has continued to grow, the software should probably be, the tuning at least, should be specific to the ship because the thrusters are specific to the ship. So I have mixed feelings about it. What I would really like to see is the ability for us to earn by the ability to tune the blades, right? Like maybe you get your hack skill up enough that you can hack a blade and tweak stuff even more in one direction or something, and then it would matter less. No, not thrusters, but weapons, yes, right? You can now buy a kit for the Tonk where you can put the Heartseeker Gatling on it. We have the flight blades, which you can use to customize the way your ship flies. You can spend, $18 here and you can tweak your Gladius so that it's a little bit faster in SCM or nav, or you can do the trade-off and get a little bit better lateral thrusting. Pitch, yaw, roll. Like I said, as long as this stuff can be got in game in the long run, fine. There is definitely a cash grab element, but I mean, let's be real. That's been CIG's funding model all along, so this isn't surprising to me. What's frustrating to me is that we have this is essentially a new component system being added to the game, right? New component system being added to the game, and as far as I know, where's the Hornet? Is there not a blade for the Hornet? Not yet? All the new Mark II Hornets are still not even remotely gold standard. So we're adding systems to ships when some ships aren't even remotely up to spec. That's where the effort should be on ships, is getting them all up to the gold standard, not adding more systems that are going to be buggy and broken anyway, right? Of course, I said the same thing earlier about selling ships and stuff in general. Obviously, funding has to continue. I get it. But there needs to be way more focus on building a game that actually works. You know what? I think the best paint is that penguin paint. I like it. That shit looks badass. That's making me seriously think about rebuying an Avenger. I like it. Store credit, mind you. No real money from me. You really did quite a thing, putting flight blades, bomb racks, and even entire ship weapons on the pledge store. Seems only logical that the next step down this route is offering fuel and ammo refuels for real money. Mm-hmm. Maybe you can even create some kind of shop currency for people to buy. What do you mean, like script? We already have shop currency. You can, well, I don't know if you can buy UEC right now, but you could. Yeah, no. Yeah. You already have that paint? Is it the same paint? It's not different at all? I guess it's all the Nightbreak paint, huh? Which I didn't have. I don't know where that came from. But maybe it wasn't available for everything before. I don't know. Like I said, I have mixed feelings. I'm glad to see this kind of tuning available for ships in the game. Buying stuff out of the store was not at all the way I would have hoped to see it come to play, though. All right, did I get kicked out of the game yet? Yep, sure did. And we don't have real persistence yet, so when I log back in, I'll probably be back in my hab, although that's fine. I think I've seen everything I can see anyway. It should also be available to buy in-game. That's my argument. I'm fine with them selling it on the pledge store, even though I think the prices are a little amped up, just like I think the paints are too expensive. The Hammerhead Flight Blade being $30 or whatever is just, to me, ridiculous. Yeah, you should probably do that then, huh? But they need to, something like that should be available to buy in-game immediately, right? I should be able to go right at Invictus and go to that table and just buy the flight blades with credit. We should sure as shit at least be able to rent them. But they should just be available to buy in-game the same time that they add them to the game. The grab is real. It is disappointing, but yes, I mean, I'm fine with them doing that with vehicles, although to be honest, at this point, I kind of feel like we as consumers would be better served if we could at least rent new ships in the verse right away when they become available to buy in the store. Right? Because then we can actually try them immediately and decide whether we're going to earn it, before the next patch drop, or go ahead and buy it. So I do not disagree that it's a little toxic. I am willing to admit, though, that CIG does need to find a way to keep funding running. So, but I think some of this is in poor taste. And I continue to be angry that they are not actually improving the state of the verse. instead of spending all this effort on the cash grab. It's very frustrating.
Welcome to Io North Tower. Area
All right, let's see. I did see everything that I want to see.
Please consult any of our
I can't rent
or rental opportunities.
The Asgard, so I can't try and put a tonk in it. And I can't rent the TAC, so I can't really see how it flies. I can't rent the Guardian MX, so I can't see how that flies either. I did rent the buggy, so, you know, we'll go check that out. Although the buggy is kind of a hard no for me because of the jump seat. That shit's terrible. The whole lore description of the MTC is bullshit. It's just bullshit. No. Man, no. They should have built in some kind of proper seat with a display for the remote turret. And to be honest, if it's a mobile command center, right, that you're going to deploy when the shit hits the fan, and you're going to put 2 suit lockers in there, then the suit lockers probably would be for people that you need to rescue, right? So there should be seats for them. Yeah, the new Greycat Ursula thing. I like the way the vehicle looks, right? But the amenities are just off. The lore says something about having enough, you know, suit lockers and room for, it implies multiple people. It's got one bullshit add-on jump seat that folds down, and that's your remote turret. I mean, there's not even any kind of a display that comes down. Of course, you sit in the seat as your remote turret, and boom, you're in the remote turret view. But what, I guess it's, you know, magic contacts? It's not a helmet because I wasn't wearing a helmet. So I don't know. It feels half done to me, and I'm tired of half-ass shit. I did want to see if it would fit in my in the Starlancer, so we'll probably Loki. No. So I'll claim the Starlancer and try and put it in there and see. That's player desync, right? I try to go around the guy, he tries to go around me, and we run right into each other because it does. I like the TAC. My one real complaint about the TAC is the armory has no weapon racks. And I think that's fairly inexcusable. They can build one into each suit locker if they want. It can even be overhead storage. I don't care. But there has to be a weapon rack for each suit. There's 4 in the hab, right? And then there's 8 on the drop seats, which is all good to the good. But you have suit lockers in your armory and no weapons. That's dumb.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Absolutely, tool racks need to be a thing. The MSR needs a tool rack in its cargo bay. Any ship that's got a cargo bay should probably have a large rack for a max lift. right? And what I would do is I would do the double rack, right? Put the long weapon rack and put the sidearm one for the multi-tool either above or below it in every single cargo hold so that you can leave a tool there. Because like if you're running around in the MSR like this, as an example, I can't carry a max lift, right? So for me to want to use a max lift in my MSR, I can carry it and hop in, but I can't carry it and get out without the elevator. You know what I mean? It's nonsense. It just, I don't like it. They've not considered the actual utility in many ships. And again, the rescue terrapin, the metapin, absolutely needs some kind of weapon rack as well. And really a proper jump seat. And then MTC needs a proper jump seat too. That shit's garbage. All right, let's see. We're going to claim the Star Lancer. And it's going to take a minute to get here. Come on. Thank you.
Move to our storage facility.
I'm going to need a largish ship to park it in. You know what? I guess I'll just wait. Where's the inventory terminals are back over here, right? Yeah, because I haven't called a ship yet today. Oh my God. What is going on that my frame performance is being demolished in OBS? Good grief, man. My CPU is being absolutely devastated. Why the shit is the launcher hitting me for 45% CPU usage? Oh, okay, that does include the Star Citizen one. Yeah, I believe it. Okay. All right. What is hammering me? Something... This shit, Google Chrome really is like, all right, let's close this. I shut down the second Chrome instance that had the store in it, and I got back 8% of my CPU. What the shit was going on with the RSI store? Whatever, man. I gave up. I've given up. I've tried to use other browsers and stuff over time, but I have given in. I've surrendered to the unification of Chrome on all my devices. I give up. I'm too old for the battle anymore. I was a Netscape guy hardcore back in the day when Netscape was the viable alternative. I can't be bothered anymore. The thing is that with the other Chrome window running, it's fine. It's the one that had the RSI store open that was hammering me with the extra resources, which I really didn't understand at all. All right, this is the medical one, right? Yes, which I didn't actually load yet. All right. Use the Chromium browser, not Chrome itself. Yeah, like I said, I'd probably be wiser to use something with less resources, but I've given up.
Welcome to the
All right, how long do I have to wait for my max?
Your insurance claim.
All right.
The vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Retrieve.
Selected. Stand by.
You got to use what you're comfortable with. Yeah, my wife she's more diligent about that stuff. But I've got Chrome is stored so much information that I just. Oh, you know what? I'll look into the Chromium browser though, because I mean, you're making a. You know what? Would you click the hanger button? You're making a valid statement there that I should really consider. Less overhead. Can we actually go to my hangar? God, I gotta get another cup of coffee. What do you think? Is it going to be on the deck or is it going to be sticking out of the hangar floor? It's on the deck. Miracles do happen. Star Citizen can actually spawn a ship. It can. All right, where's my
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Gray
system.
Cat MTC? Let's deliver that bad boy and have a look at it.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
The fact that we're not sure does say a lot. It definitely makes a statement. All right. Let's see. Webcam. Something is still wrong here. Configure video. Yep. Why did you adjust my zoom? All right, there we go. Your 400 I was sticking out of the floor. Also, we're getting dropped out of QT every couple of GM. Not sure what that was about. Probably still DGS changes. Did the free fly already start? I think it did, right? So I'm expecting all manner of weirdness to happen. Come on, tell me it's safe, because I don't trust you. Thank you. I guess it's about the same size as the rover, right? It ought to fit. Not being a high enough subscriber, yeah. That's why I'll be experiencing more problems than I used to, right? Because I'm not a subscriber anymore. I like it. I do like it. This is bullshit. This is a bad joke. And if you're going to make this bad joke be credible, then please at least put some sort of display down in front of the character. CIG. This is just, it's nonsense. There's Ginger. She says it's the end of the world. I still think they need to have done something about a proper... Wondering if it was a 409 problem. Nobody else is reporting anything like that. Your Saber was working fine. Well, I wouldn't at all be surprised if it was a ship issue. Wouldn't be the first time that kind of thing happened. That's not the toilet. It does look like a toilet, doesn't it? I just don't understand this. There's not even any bars, right? Oh, I guess there are. There's hand grips. So I guess they could just hold on. I don't know, man. I don't know. No. This bugs me. It really does. I feel like there is a version of this coming that is essentially just an Ursa, right? It'll have a rear door and it'll have cargo bay and maybe a couple of jump seats. It'll essentially be exactly like the Ursa. They just wanted to do something different with the platform before they created a not Ursa. That's what I think. Okay, so I don't have a crosshair? Why don't I have a crosshair? Can I enter the remote turret from here? Interior light control. Interesting. Deploy what? Oh. So we got side armor on the windows. But we can control the turret, but we got no crosshair. Doesn't rotate on, maybe it does if you're in the remote. It doesn't rotate 180 degrees. Oh, no, now it is. Did it? No, it didn't. It did. Okay, so there's something weird about the mouse control. All right. So I guess in the seat it'd probably be fine. Really? Really? What is this? Isn't going to do me any good. How do I actually, you know? What? What is this? Okay, this is useless. This is dumb. Why is this doing this? How do I... Oh! There is actually a screen. All right, so how do I... There we go. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, CIG. I'm willing to cut you some slack now. That's better. I still think it should have been a proper jump seat. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I think it's a little bit weird that it doesn't deploy that right away or give you some kind of easy interaction, right? I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I guess now that I know it's there, it's fine. Okay. All right. I feel a little bit better. They listened and fixed it all while I was streaming. Yeah, well. All right. I feel a little bit better about it now. I still think that this seat is a bad joke. Right? It's just not, it's not adequate. And if you're going to use a little seat like that that's like right there without any, then there should be something similar to go with these with these weapon racks, which I guess would be a problem for the component access, but maybe the component access should be outside. Or even in the suit rack, right? You could put the suit clamp here and you could put the seat here, right? So once you're suited up, you could use the seat because presumably that's the way it's going to work, right? I don't know. Like I said, I have mixed feelings about it. I feel like there's a seat, like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, steel socks from the drawer, prop it. There's a step that's missing, and I don't know what it is. It does drive pretty well, but I don't know if it's any different than the Rover or not. Maybe. It's not bouncing while I'm in it. Does it bounce when I get out of it? I guess that'll be the question, right? Of course, I guess we could check that with the Rover as well. I don't know if that situation has gotten any better. Seems stable, right? I don't see any bouncing at all. Oh, there's a little. As soon as I said it. I tell you what I don't understand is why this happens, right? Why does the suspension model shift some when the wheels don't? That's weird to me. Where's the where's the deploy for the Where's the deploy for the... Oh. Where's the button? I didn't see it. I don't know how I deployed that. Okay, there it is. Oh, all right, there's the button. So I just didn't see it because I'm a blind old man. All right. Where's my max? Planet rotating, having some play at the suspension. Yeah, no telling. I do feel like it's some kind of desync thing, right? Like it doesn't quite know where it is because of whatever their wannabe physics simulation is.
Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Imagine tractor beam gantry in the hangar, right? Especially if you could lower it and raise it for loading cargo, or at least moving cargo near the ship where you could load it. Although I still think that trucks is the way to do it. The flatbed cargo carriers, like 2 in that size freight elevator, or 1 depending on how big you want to go, and you drive it back behind the ship. Put the cargo on it, load it up. The tractor beam gameplay is so awful. Okay. The LOD on the lights there is very weird. Yeah, that's kind of terrible. I mean, I should be able to see that at distance because they're lights and they LOD out very early. And I mean, let's be real, that should be one of the disadvantages of having lights is it illuminates the area around you. Of course, the lights are supposed to have a purpose, not just look cool. But it makes you visible. Which is, of course, why putting lights on armor is a terrible idea. But you know, hey, cool fun factor. Cool factor, not fun factor. Cool factor. Alright, now I am wondering if height's going to be a problem here because of the gun. No, I guess not. Alright. It does fit, I think. Is it going to stay fitting as I get in? I feel like... yeah, that's a problem. So as long as I jam it in there, it's in. Is it going to be a problem trying to get it out? Because it is actually impacting. And this doesn't... Oh, it does. Okay. All right. I should have checked that before. I did not notice that it actually retracted. All right. So that's cool. Props to whatever guy did that, gal did that at the weapons team, on the vehicle team. That's cool. All right. Probably that weapon should be stored by default, though. Fixing bugs as I report them. We could wish that that was the thing.
Systems off.
All right. Well, I do think it's a cool vehicle. I just, man, I wish that they would stop doing this. Right? There's nothing there that feels secure. Can you imagine trying to do anything in a seat like that while the buggy's driving around doing stuff? No. I mean, there's no... Can I open it without sitting in it? I can't, which is a little disappointing. I feel like it needs some kind of... At least put some kind of magic hand waving in there that makes it look like there's a restraint. Right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being nitpicky, but I do think that if, for what the lore says on the ship, there should be more there. Okay, so that's a large weapon rack. All right. So that's for a railgun. And you can put one on the back. So that's kind of cool. What's up, Snarf? How you doing, man? It is bouncing just a little, but it is just a little. All right, let's see. While we're doing things, let's store the ship. I'm gonna pop the Storm, right? Because the Storm was an absolute shit show with the bouncy the last time I tried to spawn one.
Welcome to the
So let's
ASOP
store
vehicle
you
retrieval
and
system.
pull the Tumbrel Storm. Where you at, Tumbrel Storm?
Please visit
Oh,
us again.
come on.
Welcome to the ASOP
Rat
vehicle
bastard.
retrieval system.
Deliver. Retrieve.
Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
They have not fixed the empty hydration consumable drink bottle, whatever you want to call it. As long as you've got at least 2 stacked empty, you have forever liquid consumables. I'd also like to add that we need to have a way to either hotkey something specific from our backpack inventory, or we do actually need to be able to equip a consumable, and I don't think we can right now, right? It doesn't fit on any slot, which is too bad. I kind of feel like it would be to our benefit to be able to put them in a even in a grenade slot, right? You throw a water bottle to somebody. Shield Maiden is going to get in the tub, so I'm going to need to help her do that in just a second. See, they haven't fixed it. The bouncy. Bouncy. That's disappointing. So, we've added a new ground vehicle that seems relatively stable, but we haven't fixed this trash. This is the kind of thing that I am angry about when it comes to the year of stability, right? This right here, because they choose to work on a new vehicle rather than fixing broken shit. That is the unacceptable part. This right here, fucking garbage. I'm going to get another cup of coffee, and I'm going to help the Shield Maiden get in the tub, and I'll be back in just a minute, y'all. Let's do this thing here, and we'll let y'all watch the bouncy, and see if maybe it kills me while I'm AFK getting coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Well, it didn't run me over yet. But it sure has moved, hasn't it? Oh, I just don't know what to think about y'all, CIG. I mean, this can't keep happening. You guys can't just leave this kind of problem sit and sit and sit and sit and sit and sit and sit. Yeah, I can see that too. It's like, look, it's just dancing. It's just dancing. But this is so terrible. I mean, can you imagine storing that in a ship? I mean, that's a recipe for disaster. And I mean, I don't know that these are ever going to be useful anyway. I'd like to believe at some point they will be. But they really don't feel it. Although I did watch Detox and some of the IMI guys absolutely reckon some people with the AA at least. But that's the state of missiles too, so it's not really shocking. Let's see, does the talk do the same thing?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Oh, I don't have one. I thought I had actually bought one. Oh well. Maybe I just borrowed one. All right, well, I'm on the fence about that tack, I wish the armory wasn't terrible. Upgrades. Can you even... No. Really? Can you not upgrade to it? Unavailable for purchase? So we can't buy it until Misc Day. All right. Well, that's a little disappointing. I really wanted to see what else would fit in that hangar. Oh well. Oh well. Such is life. Well, we'll have to wait until Misc Day. Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand. And I mean, some people are going to be like, well, then just don't buy it all. And I get it, but because the Carbon Tales crew have been collecting everything, right? My thing, Q, is that if they made all of this stuff available to buy in-game right now, since it's new, well, it's available in the store, it wouldn't bother me so much. But I think that the blades, just like the paints, some of that add-on stuff is just too expensive. They do not, like Amazon Game Studio, they do not understand microtrans math, right? As soon as it becomes a macro transaction, you can't have the microtransaction mentality, and they continue to do it. So I don't know. I'm really frustrated by the fact that they keep finding new ways to try and bleed us for money without actually improving the game. Yes. I hear you. You know what? I am in a lot of ways. I've been a subscriber since, with just a few exceptions, by month, since I became a backer in 2014, and I gave up my subscription. I let it lapse, and I am having the same thoughts. Right, like my account is not worth anywhere near what you guys' is, but I am actually thinking maybe it's time to get out. Maybe it's time to at least minimize the investment and stick with just a starter pledge ship if I'm going to stay following the project, because my concern is they're not actually fixing the game. They're not actually building the game. They're adding systems that are disconnected and shit's broken. I mean, it's just like, it's this thing right here. Right? If I actually get in the game window. Stop. Can I please?
Please visit us again.
And like this, right? Shit just doesn't work. But this, 438 PvP bounties. They disabled them because of this bug, and then they fixed them and brought them back, and boom, the bug's back. They are not fixing anything. Right? So if they're not actually going to fix anything, how are we ever going to get a 1.0 release candidate? Hers is the collector's account. We play with other people we know. They have these ships. Right. Yes, I understand. I mean, like I said, I feel it. Right? I do. I am not a collector to the extent that you guys are, obviously. But, I mean, right now, I'm too broke to spend any real money anyway. But it doesn't change the fact that, 11 years I've been following, backing, CCUing. I got my gold armor a while back. It's just, and now I'm beginning to wonder where they're going with this shit, because they're just not fixing, and they're continuing to grab for pennies. What totally ticked me off was that stupid armor set. Yeah, to hear somebody to hear the Carbondale's people say, yeah, we're thinking about being out. That is the kind of thing that's very scary. No, they don't. They don't. And they don't listen either. I made a post on Spectrum in the feedback thread that I felt that the $30 what the hell was that armor set called? That ugly ass glowy vanilla WoW raid armor set that you could only get War Bond for $30 that came with a paint and a gun that I was actually mildly interested in, right? That it felt like a cash grab, and that if that was the way they were going to do business, that I wasn't going to be a subscriber anymore. Bearing in mind that, 10 years of subscription was something like $2,200 worth of money, which isn't a lot of money, but it's a whole lot more than $30, right? If that's the way they're going to do business, they're not going to get any money from me. And if they're going to, and what happened is the post sat for a week, right? A week to the day, actually, I believe, and got something like 11 or 12 or 13 upvotes. And they deleted the thread. They deleted the thread. They sent me a warning and said, don't call the staff greedy, and deleted the thread. So they're not willing to listen to criticism either. So, subscriber at max level for 107 months. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because that was me, right? Where's my shit? Where the hell? They moved everything, and I don't remember where everything is anymore. That's clearly not it. Where is the billing shit? There it is. Yeah, Imperator, 102 months. right? So right behind her. Because like I said, I missed a couple of months, but 102 months at $20 a month, right? And instead of giving us a version of that gun or that armor or that paint as a subscriber flare, what did we get? We got a bullshit t-shirt and a box that pretends to be a chair, and a fuck you, if you want that armor, you can't buy it with store credit, you have to buy it with new money. If you want that gun, you have to buy that whole package with new money. If you want that paint, you have to buy that whole package with new money. What have you done for me lately, 10-year backer? Give us some new money. And the whole thing just feels really obnoxious, although not as obnoxious as the video on the event and the ha, we fooled you. You were actually working with the bad guys. And you should have known it because we strewn data pads all around the verse, which of course were broken that nobody could interact with. So nobody even knew what the story was until they were completing missions. Right? Not that anybody cared, because what did everybody do? They went, well, do I want the purple armor or purple paint, or do I want the red paint, or do I want the camo paint? That's what they did. They didn't care less about your really simple, undertold story for the event. Almost as good as John Crew. Yeah, it was not on the Pledge store. Don't believe it. That's it. And well, and I mean, the thing is that even if it is on the Pledge store, what you get today isn't probably not what you're going to get next year. So yeah, I don't know. I have real concerns because people like us that are the heart and soul of the backing community, right? And not me specifically, not you specifically, but just people like us. People like us that have been with the project, people like us that have backed it, supported it, and been cheerleaders for it, people like us who have accepted all the bumpy roads are getting a little bit worn out. Yeah. Now, granted, for me, anything that I do, like I'll probably go ahead and grab the Gladius blade kit and try it, but it's going to be with store credit, right? There's no way they're getting a single new penny from me. Not until they actually make this game playable. Because as it stands right now, and I know you feel the same way, to pay for performance is ludicrous. Yeah, I know you feel the same way, but the thing is that right now, if Squadron 42 launches next year, and it's an amazing game, and to be honest, I expect it will be a really good game. But that's the best case scenario, right? Is the game launches and it's fantastic, everybody loves it, and then everybody that comes in and plays it goes, "Wow, this is so cool! I want more." Hold on, wait on. This same studio has a persistent universe, an MMORPG I can play. Oh yeah, I'm in, right? And they get in and they spend a week trying to figure out how to play because there's no friendly new player experience at all, right? Except maybe a buggy tutorial. By the end of that week, most regular average gamers have totally been blasted out of the honeymoon period and are like, what is this scam? No, because the current state of the persistent universe is not a game. It is a collection of disconnected activities, some of which work some of the time. Right? So they are setting themselves up for a massive negative PR hit. Right? It may not be the end of the project. It may not cause them to shut it down, right? But it's going to be just a punch in the gut. And when you're down, they're going to kick you in the crotch and then they're going to stomp you on the face. That's what's going to happen to the persistent universe because people are not going to accept how bad this is compared to a polished, finished game. Exactly. The pledge store is the only thing that works reliably. And what's so irritating is that Chris Roberts told us, it wasn't just CIG, Chris Roberts, the guy, the driving mind, the heart and soul, the guy that has not been willing to say it's too hard to do this. The guy who instead has said, find a way to do it, to create this magic, told us this was going to be the year to focus on fixing shit, right? And that so far, 5 months in, 5.5 months in, almost half a year in, has proven to be complete bullshit. The only thing that they have really made significant headway on in the player experience is they fixed the elevators, and we do have server meshing, right? We do. A stable server, static server meshing does work. We have more locations to do stuff than ever before. Unfortunately, all of the stuff that we have to do is still as broken as before. They have not created a scenario where we are dealing with a stable, reliable, playable game. Instead, we're creating monthly content that tries to sell us something new. And last month is a supreme example, right? Because we had this mining focus, right? And we really didn't have mining missions. Yes, there were some collector missions that were like, well, you need to get this mining product, right? But by and large, you could just yeet it someplace. People were doing combat for it, which is exactly what they designed, right? They designed the whole big drill satellite PvP engagement thing. Yes, absolutely. Right? Yeah, yes, totally agree. 1000%, all of that. Look, I'm somebody that plays the shit out of MMOs and has for since like 98, right? When I was playing Ultima Online, I have not stopped playing MMORPGs for 27 years. 27 years I have been playing at least one MMO nonstop, and probably for at least 25 hours a week, right? A lot of cases more, like a lot of cases a lot more than 25 hours a week, right? Because a significant portion of that I'm working from home trying to make things work with the wife, and I met her playing MMORPGs, right? So I mean, I'm an MMO addict. I love them. This game does not scratch that itch by and large. There are itches it does scratch. I love flying in Star Citizen. I love driving around in Star Citizen. I just love being in Star Citizen. But this game does not have reliable MMO content unless you count doing exactly the same thing over and over and over and over again as acceptable MMO content. Yes, I could probably go hang out at Hurston and run the same 6 delivery missions from Everest Harbor to the distribution centers. I could probably run the same 3 combat missions at the 2 distribution centers on Hurston all day long, and probably 85% of them would work right. Right? But it's the same handful of things. And if I try and shift away from that, then I'm going to wind up spending, like you're saying, 30 minutes on a time sink trying to set someplace else and get set up just to do the same handful of missions at a different location. There is not enough to do. Yes, they have added new content, right? Like the big drill stuff is pretty cool, and it's something I do want to do when it's not going to be constantly butting heads against other players that are just going to wind up shooting at me, right? I got no problem with PvP. Sometimes that's what I choose to do. But if I just go try and do the missions at the OLPs or the PAFs, at the ground or at the satellite, I just wind up being hemmed in by people who are trying to do other stuff that don't care that all I want to do is kill 10 guys and leave, because, you know, they're looking for the PvP, and that's fine. I got no problem with them doing what they're doing. But until they add enough stuff for us to do to spread people out across these 2 solar systems, eventually 5, supposedly, on a 1.0 release candidate, we don't have an MMORPG. We just don't. Yeah, Ultima Online, Asheron's Call. I did not play EQ1. I played EQ2. I went from Asheron's Call to Dark Age of Camelot, which is where I met my wife in 2003. Vanguard. Oh my God, I was so hyped for Vanguard. Dude, I was so hyped for Vanguard. There was interesting stuff with what it was going to be, political gameplay, and it was okay. It just didn't quite deliver. Dungeons and Dragons Online. Eve, I only played Eve Beta. Wow. Yeah, well, I mean, I was a content creator in SL for 17 years. I don't do it anymore. 17 years in Second Life. Made actually quite a lot of money in Second Life. Anarchy Online, I played just a little bit. Star Citizen, of course. Yeah, I mean, I played the first 20 levels of Age of Conan. Warhammer Age of Reckoning was another one I played. I mean, you know, I play New World now. I am so all in on Dune Awakening, which is really more a survival game than an MMO, but I'm going to play the hell out of that. I can't wait for that. I will still be checking in on Star Citizen, but SWTOR, yes. I'm kind of tempted to hop back into SWTOR now. Star Wars Galaxies, of course. The list just goes on and on and on. So many. I mean, Vanguard, though. I forgot all about Vanguard. Oh, I had such high hopes for that one. You people paid enough money for this scam. We're getting shameless with the new pledge options of selling weapons and blades and stuff. Yeah. It's, like I said, if it was available to buy in-game right away and then somebody just wanted to collect it, it would be different. But the prices are too expensive. $30 for that turret on the Scorpius is kind of, come on, dude. $30 for that set of armor, even with the paint and the gun, was too much. I don't know. Marketing has become a problem with the project. It's become a problem with the project. How you doing, Lions? Well, I mean, you know, like I said, it all is what it is, but it's really difficult to continue to stomach the cash grab when they are not putting all in on making the game better, right? If they were constantly improving stuff in the game, I wouldn't even really think too much about them grabbing for more funding, right? Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I'm going to buy it with store credit because the money's already invested, right? And I'll try it and see how I feel. I don't know that it's really going to matter. On the one hand, I am glad that they are beginning to provide an opportunity for us to tune our ships. I am. I think that level of customization, loadout customization, flight characteristic customization, that is a great idea. That is part of the Star Citizen that I envisioned 11 years ago. Yes, please, we've got new stuff that you can have in the game, but only if you give us money. That's the part that kind of makes me go, right? Fuck you. Come on. Yes, no, it isn't the way. You know what would have changed today for me on that completely is if I had just been able to go and buy those flight blades at ILW while I was at the table. If I could have just bought it for 20K, 50K, 100K, whatever, I don't even care. Even if that level of customization is very expensive in game, I'd have been, okay, it's there. I can decide if I want to go earn 1 million credits to buy that flight blade. Whatever. For it to only be available that's the problem for me. Because it's not like it's a new ship. It's essentially a new subsystem in the game that you only get to enjoy if you pay. That is the very definition of pay to play. Yeah, but it doesn't matter that I mean, I'm not the average player either. I'm not at y'all's level, right? But I'm not the average player either. However, I think that I'm probably closer to the average backer than somebody who only has a $45 pledge. I'm sure there are probably half the backers are probably $45 pledges, some of which have timed out and will probably never log in again. But represents a hardcore backer willing to stomach. Yes, that's it, right? Because I think that the heart of our community are people who are willing to put up with the alpha because the game is coming, right? That's the thing. And we are beginning to fear, we as the heart and soul of the community are beginning to fear that no, the game isn't coming, that this is what we're going to get. And while you can have fun with that, and I think that if you are a Star Citizen backer, that is the only way to do it. Play the game we have. You can hope for the future. But if you can't enjoy the game we have, you should probably change your focus someplace else. Right? Yes, artificial scarcity is nonsense. Go ahead and just sell the Idris. Just make the decision. You know what? The limit availability ships, you can buy all of them now, all the time. Just do it. Just do it. Well, I mean, the majority of the funding is absolutely funded by big backers, right? I would be willing to bet that if you could get numbers on that at least 50% of the backing for Star Citizen is funded by 10% of the backers, right? And those are probably very, very conservative numbers, but I'd be willing to bet half the funding is from 10% of the backers. Probably half the funding is probably from 3% of the backers. That's truth. Probably more than half of the funding. Yes, as a collector, you want to have it. I get it. Especially since you already have so much invested as a collector. Yeah, you guys have a lot going on, right? You guys, backers like you, right? And like you said, you're an anomaly, but you're not alone, right? I'm Nerd Show and Tell, right? Who isn't actively involved in the community at all right now, at least. But he's another one that's like you guys, right? No, and that part of the community that's kind of faded away, right? That's not good for the project. Yeah, the artificial scarcity is complete nonsense. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is it's not nickels and dimes is the problem, right? If I could buy flight blades for $3, $5, even $7 with the paint, right? That would be one thing. But for it to be, what was it, $30-something for the hammerhead? I'm like, are you kidding me? Where'd it go? Richard sold his account in November. Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, first of all, full disclosure, I'm not a big fan of Captain Richards. He went off on an anti-PvP rant a couple of years back before he stopped playing Star Citizen, and I'm like, I'm glad he's gone from playing Star Citizen. It was not the right game for him. But it doesn't change the fact that backers like that leaving the project is not a good sign. Yeah, there you go. The blade kit for the Hammerhead, $35. Yeah. Yeah, Camille's one of those that's just done. Yes, the bomb kits, right? Well, it's all the weapon stuff. It's the flight blades is a little bit ephemeral because we don't know exactly how that's going to feel, right? Like I said, I'm on board with the notion of being able to tune ships. This being the only way to do it right now feels extremely pay to win. Extremely pay to win. Not pay to progress, but it feels pay to win, even if it's not a win. Because then you could say all day long, I know, but it doesn't matter, because if I go get an Aurora, I can probably kill 7 out of 10 ships no matter what comes at me, right? And not necessarily me, but plenty of really good pilots can do that. None of this spending money is going to matter, right? Yes, that's true. But it doesn't change the way it feels. Yeah, right, exactly. They removed the overclocking, right? And now you can pay to tune, which is, oh, man. It just feels bad. This too, right? Like, why is this the only way to get this turret? Why can't I just go buy this turret in game? That should never have been a thing, right? And it's like they realized that people would go out of their way to earn the Hornet, the F7A parts to put on their ship. They realized there was a drive for that, and they decided to monetize it. That's the problem. Get paid to collect, but if not logged in, the game is 6 weeks. And this is your welcome back. Hey, give me money to tune individual ships. Why are they not universal blades? I agree that probably they should be, right? We're talking about 900 years in the future. That for the sake of simplification, I think it probably would have been wiser to make specific blades do like these, right? They're the same kind of blade. You can go faster or you can handle better, right? And then we should get more blades down the road. And I would like to see us have the ability to hack a blade and tune it ourselves, that kind of thing. But for it to only be available in the cash shop, and if you want it for all your ships, you have to have it for all your ships, and it's not available for all ships anyway, which is another thing I have a real problem with, which they have been doing for years with the paints and skins, is even simple shit like these paints. I like them because they're super simple. They're just, gunmetal and red. I love it. Perfect. Why is it not available for every single ship in the game? Right? If a ship has paints, hey, Ginger. If a ship already has paints, they should be available for all the ships. Right, Ginger? I know you agree. Yes. Yeah, you should be able to post a link. Yes, you're a sweet baby. You a sweet baby. The little baby. Anybody that's ever been listening to the stream and heard her howl of doom, she's so loud. But this is that little dog making all that noise. She's a little baby. Yes, all right, you're done. I'll let you down. There you go. Setting a precedence that is, yeah, I totally agree. Mm-hmm. Yes. And it won't just be blades either, of course, right? Because here we have what? Here we have individual weapons. And this is low effort too, because what is this gun This is the Heartseeker gun. And to be honest, I said earlier when I noticed the Super Hornet Mark II was sitting on the floor, why isn't that Heartseeker? You want to know why it's not a Heartseeker? This is why. Because they didn't want to show the Heartseeker kit on the floor so that everybody could realize, oh, I already have that gun. I should just be able to put it on my Tonk. So yeah, it really does feel kind of bad. Like I can totally dig the appeal here, right? For the arrow. If I was going to go fly the arrow, I was like, yeah, well, yeah, I want the extra maneuverability. I want to be even quicker. Yes, macro transactions. How about mega transactions pledge store? That's Star Citizen. That's Star Citizen for sure. Yeah, I mean, good grief. Hush. There you go. The Praetorian Pack digital. I don't have available. I don't get to see the bigger ones. Oh, man. No. You're not derailing. You're not derailing at all. I'm glad that you spoke up and said something. I mean, that's why we're here. That's why, definitely part of why I'm streaming Star Citizen, because this stuff is important to talk about. Even if it makes CIG uncomfortable, because let's be real, most days that I play Star Citizen for like months now, it's turned into a rant and or a rage quit, because I am just not satisfied with the direction of the project, and CIG is completely free to ignore me, which they're doing, right? Yeah, you can put Bomb Rex on the Star Runner, I believe. I heard somebody talking about it. Yeah. No, I agree. It's going to be a very negative thing. Right, which I've done, Warbishop, right? And that's exactly what Q's talking about, voting with the wallet. No new money from me. Yeah, well, in a lot of ways they are. I mean, the thing is that even the stuff that they're promising us, we're not getting. We are 5.5 months in. Right? We have been in a 4.x cycle now for months. What was one of the things that was on the list of 4.0 deliveries that got pushed back? Engineering. Okay, so more than 5 months in, where is engineering? Where is engineering? Engineering is such a critical system, especially as ships become larger. Where is it? And I know that it's relatively new in their planning, but where's Maelstrom? Because until we have Maelstrom and armor and actual ship structure, there is no balance in Star Citizen. We cannot have anything even remotely like a believable, credible 1.0 release candidate balanced situation in Star Citizen until we have engineering fully in place and Maelstrom and armor fully in place, and to be honest, the atmospheric flight model changes, right? Control surfaces, and now they're talking about essentially hover mode again, V2, right? Which is fine, but those things needed to be in the game last year if we're actually going to release Squadron 42 next year. Yes, and And I totally agree. Well, to be honest, we need reliable, varied, purposeful content, period. And it absolutely needs to be across the spectrum. And some of it can be super simple. Taxi runs, transportation missions, hauling, mining, right? Even just deploying research probes just to fly around and go places, bring back box missions, give us shit to do that doesn't all have to be shooty shoot. I do want combat missions. I love my combat, but what I love even more than just pure combat is give me something to do that's normally non-combat and then blend it into combat by putting it in an area that's dangerous, where I have to deal with hostile ships, players, and NPCs. But we don't have reliable, stable, varied content at all, and the focus on the same old go here and shoot this ship with a target marker on it, shoot this person with a target marker on them, is boring. It is the same old, same old, same old. Mind you, the other problem is when it comes to the ships, where it's like, hey, go fly over here, find that ship and shoot him, is complicated by the fact that if I have a target marker that tells me this is the ship I'm supposed to shoot, the game hides critical information from me during that engagement. Because as long as the ship marker is on there for the mission, I get no range or vector indicator on that ship. I can't tell whether they're closing or getting further away. I can't tell how far away they are. I can't tell how soon I will be able to lock a missile or be worried about them locking a missile on me. It is basic UE shit where CIG's UIX has fucking failed yet again, because the UIX is the absolute worst part of this fucking game. Our struggle should be with the content, not with the game interface. And I totally agree with you, Q. I get it. And yeah, to be clear, I think all of us want the project to succeed. We do. All of us find stuff that we enjoy doing in Star Citizen. So do I. Right? It's even better when you can hang out with friends and do it. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, I worry about the project, and I am beginning to feel more and more betrayed by the marketing department. Right? And some people are already out, like Camille. Right? Some people are already out. So, I mean, I totally understand. I do. I mean, my investment by comparison is small, but it's not nothing for me. Right? And I am seriously considering whether I need to just wind up with a starter pack and to see if I can get something out of the rest of that. So I feel you. I do. I get it. And too many of us feel that way. And CIG seems to be missing that call to arms. Hey, maybe it's time we actually deliver on some of our promises. Finish some things. Solidify some things. Finish adding just basic, and scanning is the other thing that I didn't mention when I said we need to have it. We absolutely have to have scanning in place. Some real version of scanning too, right? What we have now is barely there. And scanning is something that should have been a foundational core system. As soon as we could fly around in ships, scanning should have begun to evolve, right? I need to be able to scan the system as a whole, even if it's a very loose, vague scan. but that scan should ping something that catches my attention. Hey, look, there's some mineral deposits. Hey, there's an unusual energy signature over there. Hey, there's whatever. You know what I mean? And then I go that way. And as I get close, I scan again, and it narrows down what I'm looking at. That should have been fundamental to the structure of building this game, which would have done what? It would have added exploration from the get-go, right? But it's also integral to stuff like mining and even just travel, right? You're scanning through an area. Look, there's a particularly dense asteroid field. I don't want to go that way. I'm going to go around it, right? Scanning tells me I want to avoid that, so I will, right? It's integral to combat. I need to know how powerful are the emissions from that ship at a very far range, right? Unless it's a stealth ship, in which case it's hiding and I don't get to see it until it's too late. I mean, scanning should have just been... It's easily as important as weapon and shield balance, right? And instead, we have this half-assed empty scanning system that we have now, which is better now than it was 2 years ago, granted. But we're supposed to have gotten the next iteration of scanning years ago now. Where is it? Now, best case scenario is that all of these things that I'm complaining about that are missing from this year's development are all already in the Squadron 42 build, and we are waiting for God knows what to be put into place in the persistent universe so they can roll it all into the PU, right? But that is hopium and copium to the nth fucking degree 11 years in, right? So maybe next year, all of a sudden, they'll be like, hey, you know what? Squadron 42, we told you it was feature complete. Well, we're going to give you all those features this week, right? That'd be a moment. But I ain't holding my fucking breath. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that we have gone from the initial description of the persistent universe being something that did feel conceivable and actionable and completable now to the last thing that we saw at CitizenCon last year is the absolute hopium-fueled vaporware of org-owned space stations in orbit around planets. Because any portion of that system at all is actually in the game, right? As if orgs have any presence in the game at all. As if we can build anything in the game at all. As if we have permissions to change for anyone in the game at all. It's just, it goes on and on and on and on. There is nothing about the player-run space stations, org-run space stations presentation that they gave us. There is zero part of that that is founded in the existing product. There is no reason to believe any of that is happening anytime in the next 25 years, right? And that was like my first kind of punch in the gut when it came to the status of the project. I was on board with presentation number 1, I think, that was talking about building outposts on planets and moons, right? That was a presentation I could see and I could go, man, we're pretty close to that. I can't wait. That's going to be good. And then at the end of CitizenCon, we got this a complete freaking load of horse manure that I just can't take seriously. And then Chris Roberts came along and he filled me with hopium again and said, this is the year. We're going to fix everything. Yes, that's a little hyperbolic. I know he didn't say we were going to fix everything, but we were going to focus on fixing what needed to be fixed. Well, congratulations, Chris. You guys got the elevators pretty squared away. But as for fixing anything else, nah, bruh. It didn't happen. Yes, you added server meshing. Props. I am glad server meshing is in, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do what we can do as far as hopping between solar systems. We wouldn't be able to have 500, 600 people on a server, right? So yes, server meshing's working, and I'm glad, right? But it has introduced bugs that still aren't fixed. The DGS crossover where we revert from whatever mission we were tracking to whatever mystery mission is number one in your phantom list someplace based on something that we can't see happens every single time you change DGSs. It's freaking annoying. I'll believe that they actually fixed the DGS fuel reversion problem when it never ever happens again, which means I always expect that it's coming soon every time I change DGSs. Meanwhile, we still have missions not spawning targets. We still have missions that do not complete when we do what we're supposed to do. Hey, how you doing, Demi? We have not, 5.5 months in out of a 12-month year, we still do not see CIG's focus on playability and stability. Realized, oh, something's changed. They saw at this point and grab everything. When they saw, yes, the F8 was, that was when, what else they sold when they sold the F8? They sold their dignity. They sold their credibility. That was absolutely a turning point for me to just ignore what they promise, right? The F8 should not have been sold. And it should not have been sold for many reasons. The first reason was they shouldn't have sold it because they told us it was something we were going to get when we got Squadron 42, and we earned it. That was what they told us. Guess what? That was a lie. And then they did what? Here, golden ticket, platinum ticket. Boom, you could get it, you could buy it. And then what? Hey, it was a one-time thing. It's a one-time exception, except it's not. They've already sold it again. Right? And then what did they do? They doubled down. They sold the F7 Mark IIs, right? And the F7 Mark IIs, just like the F8C, essentially an NPC ship with a few systems buttoned in, but none of those ships have physicalized components. They don't have component bays. They don't have proper storage. They don't have any of the gold standard stuff that ships like this one that got added later does actually have. So it is absolutely a screaming cash grab. Oh, hey, people love that F7 Mark II so much. Let's go ahead and fire off several more variants and we'll cash in some more. Super Hornet, yeah, all right. Don't forget, we want to get set up for that Heartseeker kit so that we can get them to throw money at that too. Definitely feels bad. I must not have my helmet on. Yep, let me fix that. All right, helmet. You know, the funny thing is that right now I'm wearing this Red Alert armor. Yeah, I melted that shit the other day. I don't own any of it anymore. So I lost multiple components, right? I had to spend 1.6 million credits in the middle of the night last night while I was up, insomnia, neuropathic pain, replacing components that I lost from last patch to this patch. So long-term persistence, there is no long-term persistence. Yeah. Writing was kind of on the wall once everything started getting LTI up to the Kickstarter. You know what? You're not wrong, right? That should have been a sign waving at us saying, CIG is willing to sell just about anything if it keeps the dollars rolling in. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Shit. I dilly-dallied and almost got stuck in the hangar. All right, you know, let's just find a mission. See what's doing what. All right, you know what? Let's go do this. Let's go see if these missions are working today on the new patch. All right, so we picked up this mission, and the first thing that we have to do is we have to fly 47.5 million meters away. Of course. Why would I expect anything else? So the first thing that we get to do is we get to spend a couple of minutes traveling. Although, to be honest, that's not that far away, I guess. I'm lucky that it's going to send me someplace local.
You made it. That's one hurdle cleared. You'd be surprised how many don't even get this far. Okay. Welcome.
Well, they fixed the
first things first. Choose
the video feeds at least, so that's kind of interesting.
You made it. That's one hurdle cleared.
You already said that, bro.
How many don't even get this far? Okay. Welcome to your first sortie. First things first, choose a point to scan and use your radar to see what you can find.
Boy, I tell you what, the progress reports are extremely slow, the notifications. Now, do I actually have to scan now? Is that what you're telling me? What am I seeing here? Why are there two of them?
Uh-oh. Seems this satellite's been hacked by outlaws. You're gonna have to take it out. Let's put on some go juice and see what your bird can do.
What the hell? Hello? Oh, because I'm in scan mode. My bad. No, I'm not in scan mode. How come I can't shoot? Oh, because my weapons don't have any power. All right, I see.
Weapon systems on. Caution, target friendly.
No,
Okay.
target's not friendly.
Oscar Mike to the next scan point.
Target friendly.
All right. Annoyed at SIG with their store shenanigans. Yeah. You know what I'm actually really annoyed by is they decided to change the ILW and put all these ships on display, and you can't really rent many of the ships are on display. I feel like that's really irritating. I can't even be hyped for the ship, for anything that I'm interested in, until the day. So I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm really on board with the way that they've changed it with the not changing the displays. I understand it's simpler, and that's probably to the good, but add in that, you know, you can actually see those flight blades on a table at the freaking event and can't even touch them or inspect them or anything. And the only way to get them is the cash shop. And I'm just so, bruh, you guys are tone deaf. Tone deaf. Why the hell are these all duped?
Your scans found a standard satellite. Seems like everything is in order. All right, this point's secure. Redirect and head to the next one.
So you don't always blow stuff up. Well, that's good. I guess I should just nav mode it. I just feel like as soon as I nav mode, I'm going to get target locked. I don't know. It could be, but even if they're struggling, they're still tone deaf. They're not paying attention to the existing community and the way that we feel about things. And to be honest, if they want more funding, all they really got to do is fix their motherfucking game, man. If shit just worked, they would make more money.
Contact. Looks like you picked up a basic satellite. That's what a lot of patrolling is about. Checking stuff out and finding everything's perfectly normal.
Okay, was that not... I'm actually confused. I thought that I had already hit all three areas. There we go.
Successfully completed the first exercise. Hopefully you're feeling proud. You showed some real promise out there. Why don't you get some rest, and I'll see you when you're ready to move on to the next lesson.
Yeah, the artificial scarcity's got to go too. I really do. I feel like that's a problem. Right? It's just... it's really irritating to me. You know what? The thing is that there's different tiers of artificial scarcity too, right? It would be different if they only want to make certain ships available during certain seasons. I still don't really understand why you want to throttle your income, right? I just don't. But if they only want to make the Idris and the Polaris or whatever available during Fleet Week, right? That's when you get to buy the military ships, Fleet Week. I would be okay with that to a degree, but I don't feel like this, you can only sell 100 of them thing makes any sense at all. And maybe, I don't know if Q, you're still here and listening, maybe you have a different take on this, but I just feel like the F5 wars are just the worst thing ever, right? If the Connie Phoenix is available, just let people buy it. If the Idris is available, just let people buy it. You know what I mean? I don't understand. You don't like them at all, right? Yeah, okay, because, I mean, the people that are willing to spend the money, let them fund the fucking project. That's the kind of thing that has always made me go, what is with this self-sabotaging thing, right? Again, with the paints and stuff. They could be printing money for fluff that doesn't matter, paints, gear skins, if they just had somebody spend a little time doing it. Because, I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like I said, I have worked with Surface Designer, which is essentially what CIG uses for their paints, right? The guy or gal, the person that created this paint could have made 10 variants of this paint in 10 different colors in less than 5 minutes, right? And if they're using, it takes time to paint the stripes for a given hull, right? That's where the time is taken. You could create this style paint for all of the Mirai ships, because, you know, there's your branding or whatever for a particular manufacturer, and make versions of all 10 color versions of that paint for one of those other ships in probably minutes, but definitely less than an hour, right? And once you did the first one, again, 5 minutes, you got 10 different colors. So I could spend less than 10 hours easily and take this paint in Surface Designer, right? And make a paint like this for the Razor, for the Pulse, for the Fury, for all of the Mirai ships, right? And then make 10 different color variants. In less than 10 hours, I could do it for all of those ships because of the tool. The tool is great for that. It's just like the you could pick any other ship that already has a paint. If all you want to do is change the base color, you could do that with all 100 plus ships in the game in less than one work day. I mean, way less. All you got to do is change a base color. Boom, make the skin. Right? You did it once for the Saber. Yeah. I mean, it's so frustrating to me that there aren't literally hundreds of paints available. Like, you know, it's like, here's a whatever theme paint for every ship in the game. When they add a special event skin, it shouldn't be for a handful of ships. It should be for every ship in the game. Right? Yes, absolutely, because it's the same work, right? It's not like it's per pixel. I regularly melt all the paints. Anytime that I need to eke out a ship to check something out, paints get melted, armor gets melted. We'll go ahead and try out the golem, right? I mean, but it's so frustrating because if I decide, you know, because I'm flying this ship, why? Because I'm wearing the red armor. That's part of the reason I'm flying the ship, because it's my ship kind of sort of matches my armor. Right? And if I want to go fly the Gladius, I don't really have a good red paint. I don't have the Pirate Gladius right now. It's melted again, which isn't really red anyway. It's more orange. But you know what I mean? I should be able to just go to the store and say, okay, cool, give me a red paint for, you know, whatever I'm flying today. And those kinds of microtransactions, nobody blinks at because it doesn't matter. I don't have to have red paint on my ship. You know, it wouldn't matter. It's when you're doing stuff like the freaking flight blades, and the only way to get it is to throw real money at it. Yes. Well, is it the 325? Yeah, the custom 325. That shit's, it was working and now it's all broken again. Dude. Yeah, no, performance and weapons completely changes the game. That is pay to win. It is. Stop it. Yeah, I just saw somebody talking about that because there was stuff, it did work and now it doesn't. Right? Forget about the fact that they showed us this and said, hey, this is the way it's going to be from now on. You'll be able to customize your ship just like you would if you're buying a new car from the dealership. And what happened to that? Hey, how about you buy this paint for your ship for $7.99? Bruh. Oh, man. It did give me the Invictus mission again as soon as I left, I guess. You know, part of me's like, why am I even doing this, man? I'm not going to lie. I cannot wait for Dune Awakening. I really enjoyed the preview. I am definitely going to be playing that game, and it will be my main game for a while. Right? It'll give me a game to play that actually works, that I can spend time with, and then I'll periodically check in on Star Citizen and probably point and laugh. Spectrum is on fire. Well, I mean, that's not surprising. Absolutely not surprising. The thing that's killing me is this right here. I was really looking forward to rocking my crime stat and having bounty hunters come hunt me again. Or hunting bounties, right? Player bounties was definitely my bread and butter for like years. Streaming. It was like, yes, that's what I like to do. Little PvP. If they've got a bounty, they should know that combat's coming. If I have a bounty, they absolutely should know I'm going to shoot back when they come for me. It was all the totally consensual PvP, right? Even if sometimes the bounty hunters didn't realize, or the bounties didn't realize there was a player coming, right? Doesn't change the fact they knew combat was coming. And now that shit's broken again. They just freaking added it again. And now it's broken again. They should have just added the blades available in the game. Shit. I mean, come on. How come they didn't just put them in a script vendor for the Mercenaries Guild? Right? MG script. Spend 100, you can get, or 500 or whatever, 1,000, and you can get a flight blade for your favorite ship. However, they should have made sure that they had blades available for all ships. That they did not is bullshit. Not only does it feel rude and cash grabby, it also feels half-assed and incompetent. That's the part that pisses me off the most. And I mean, I know the queues right now going, good God, I'm glad that they didn't make them for every single ship. I'd be even more angry. But it's just, that's the thing that makes me go, what in the actual fuck? Who is driving this bus, man? Because somebody needs to dump some water on their head. They are screwing up. It does. It does. Because, I mean, imagine we're going to get flight blades and then we're going to get tier 5 ships, right? Hey, I bet you we're going to have tier 3 flight blades then, right? Tier 3 flight blades and a tier 5 ship. It's going to be a completely different game. And you just know now. You just know now. If you didn't know it before today, now you do. Now you know you will be able to buy at least part of that upgrade process. Pay to win is in, guys. Let's see if anybody's on the Polaris.
Thanks for the assist. Hopefully you're up to speed with the mission.
What the fuck happened to Dooley, man? She looks freaking 20 years older. She looks like shit.
The Invictus ceremony. Not sure what they got planned for it. Whether it's some future op or just
All for the low price of $9.99. Only for a light fighter. We know bigger ships have more expensive $39.99 blades. Obviously.
Armed and dangerous. So I'd recommend bringing friends, breaking out the big ships, or both. Let's go hunting. Look, I know a lot of you are upset about the whole slicer thing.
Jesus, this lady looks as terrible as Dooley.
Frontier fighters are doing now. All we want is the Polaris. No UEE civilians have to get hurt. But if you get in the way, I got no sympathy for you. That was Amelia Boyd, leader of the Frontier Fighters. Don't let her phase you. Stay.
Well, I saw Amelia in that ISC. She doesn't look like that at all. Who is this poser? We tricked you. We tricked you. That shit is going to live in my mind forever. I am so fucking salty about that cringe-ass fucking thing. That video, good God. Talk about tone deaf.
Hell with it. Let's get the hell out of here.
Damn it, the Polaris quantumed away. Clean up those frontier fighters and we'll go after it.
And, you know, I'm not really upset with her or even Elliot. Whoever it was that decided that was a good idea, that's who I'm kind of irked with. It's like, you are a tone-deaf motherfucker. Tone-deaf. And for them to not know that the data pads were all broken, man. Do you even play your game? Obviously, the answer is no. I know some devs do, but nobody that's making decisions. Since the mission is progressing, I'm assuming somebody is there already chasing the Polaris, right? I want to see how this, because this is one of those community missions, right? Everybody can be a part of it. Which is great. I love the idea of this. Imagine if you had events like this. I say events, missions like this, all around 2 different solar systems, giving people a reason to go all kinds of different places. You know? That would be cool. Most people are just leeching? Yeah, absolutely.
Shield under attack. Contact received. Target destroyed.
There have been a handful of emergency beacons set off in the area. Not sure if it's the Polaris or frontier fighters are just causing chaos, but need you to head over and check them out.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is that we shouldn't be getting progress unless we're there, is the thing, right? I should have to have come to the location and been at least close enough to be part of the event. I got 30 script or whatever last night while I was nowhere near Hurston, which is where it was, right? I was running around to Microtech and then Arcor buying components that were missing in my ship. Oh, I'm nowhere near where I need to be. And I got 30 at the end. It's like, you guys aren't even checking for participation. Come on. This is basic MMO stuff. Which, to be honest, who's the MMO guy on the team? Because that's what I'm beginning to wonder. Do any of these guys have MMO experience? Yeah, well, I mean, you know, that's the problem, is that you can. You shouldn't be able to. That's not the way that should work. All COD depths, probably. I mean, I just don't get it. Okay, you told me to go to one, and by the time I got there, oh, it disappeared. There we go. We found some bad guys. But do I have to engage them? Oh, that's a fucking Connie. What is that? All right, whatever. I guess let's stick to the beacons first. Neutralize targets. All right. That was what it didn't give me before.
Target friendly.
Well, it's not friendly.
Let's keep going.
What the hell is wrong with this freaking shit, man? That shit's not friendly. I'm gonna get wrecked. I'm gonna get annihilated by a couple of constellations here. I know it. There's freaking 2 of them.
Missile lock. Missile lock.
Oh, not the only one shooting at him. That's good. They seem to have changed something about the
Destroyed.
temporary hostile stuff too, which is nice. Because that guy didn't go red to me, and I didn't go red to him. Why does it keep telling me target friendly when they're freaking red, man?
Move on to the next point.
Why am I not? Alright, whatever. You're telling me to move on to the next point. I'll move on to the next point then. Alright, now there's a whole bunch of reds.
Contact received.
Oh, that's the wrong button. It's so weird to me when my muscle memory goes to the wrong damn finger.
Shield under attack.
Alright, come here, Bucky. Where'd you go? Oh. My frame rate is not great. My aim is also not great. What the hell am I looking at there? Is that a fucking Idris? Holy shit! Look at that beam!
Contact received.
Nope, nope. Yeah, let's target the hostile, please.
Missile lock. Shield under attack.
Oh my god! I thought I was gonna get fragged by the frickin' Idris. You know, weren't the shields down on this thing just a second ago, and now 3 of the 4 are up? I'm having Xenothreat flashbacks for sure. The performance. Hey, what's up, Hop Kebab? We're doing the Hunt the Polaris mission sort of right now. I figured I'd dip in and see how it's going. But the performance is really crappy. It's just like the old Xenothreat days and the fleet battle, you know.
Just got word a Navy patrol came across our Polaris. I told them to hold back and observe, but they attacked anyway. Get over there before they get themselves killed.
You're dedicated, which I can respect. But you're throwing your life away. For what? To protect some scum in a system that sooner see you dead as spit on you. You should want us to have this Polaris. We're going to use it to save the Empire.
I don't know who she's trying to convince. If she honestly expects us to let them get away with stealing a Polaris, she's crazier than I thought.
I don't know what I have targeted here. Maybe whatever this is already dead. See, scanning is useless right now. Why can I not tell what that is?
Fight as hard as you do for the dregs of Pyro. People like to call the frontier fighters murderers. But is it murder to kill to protect your home? That's all we want to do. We ain't gonna let anything.
It's got to be wreckage, right?
I don't know who she's trying to convince. If she honestly expects us to let them get away with stealing a Polaris, she's crazier than I thought.
What am I looking at? Connie. Alright. It's obviously
Damn,
already
happy to
dead.
see you. These bastards need a good scene too.
Alright, whatever. Next stage, I guess. What broke today? Well, they broke player bounties. I mean, they added them back to the game this patch, and as soon as it went live, boom, they're broken. They're duped. There's like 400 and something PvP bounties in the list. So, you know, awesome. Typical. Oh no, here we go. This is going to be a shit show performance-wise. Oh my god, how many Idrises are there?
Over here, genius.
Oh man. Oh my god, how come I can't? There we go. I'm like, I can't even target the freaking Polaris.
Where the hell are you going?
I mean, where the hell I'm going? I'm shooting at the Polaris, you dumb son of a bitch.
Missile lock.
Look at all the beams. Good God.
We'll deal with the CDF. Meet at the rendezvous.
Holy crap, man.
Contact received.
Polaris is on the move. Amelia Boyd doesn't seem too concerned about abandoning her people. Take them out, and we'll stay on her.
Where the hell are you going?
Okay, so what's next? We actually have hostiles over here? Okay.
Contact received.
Of course, without the Polaris covering them, all of these small hostiles are toast, right?
Missile lock.
Fight's over here, genius.
God, the frame rate is so bad.
Where the hell are you going?
Target destroyed.
Oh God. Oh man.
Missile lock.
Holy
Fight's over
crap.
here, genius.
Just got word from that Navy ship. They picked up some Frontier fighter survivors and squeezed them about where the Polaris rendezvous was. Turns out they found a transient jump point into Pyro. Here's the location. Get over there and we can jump them before they escape the system.
Get the Polaris. Get it. Can I please calibrate? Hello? What is the problem? This game, man. Navigation? Why would I expect that to work? Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Server's 6 minutes behind, yeah. I just went right through a planet. Right through a planet, or a moon. Is this Hurston? That's Hurston, right? Oh, it's Magda. Whatever. I'm not the only one either, look. So did that freaking Idris. Oh, 178.
I don't think I'll ever understand why you people fight as hard as you do for the dregs of Pyro. People like to call the Frontier fighters murderers. But is it murder to kill to protect your home? That's all we want to do. And we ain't gonna let anything stop us.
Oh, hello. Holy crap, man.
It's a good game. But at the end of the day, the Frontier fighters are just glorified murderers. I'm counting on you to shut them down, here and now.
Heading your way now.
That's a hammerhead. Somebody bring out the big ships. I ain't got a big ship. All right, Gladius. Come here, Gladius. Oh my God. Forget about it. Be better off shooting at the hammerhead. Look at this fucking Somebody committed a crime against me, it looks like. I don't know if it was on purpose, though. I don't care. Unfortunately, I just can't tell. That ship flies like a NPC. So I hope it's an NPC. It's a hammerhead.
Contact received.
Oh, unauthorized interdiction. Somebody accidentally fired off the shit, I assume. They're shooting at me.
Contact received.
God, this is a mess.
Contact received.
Oh, God. You know, I was moving well away from the freaking rock, though. My vector showed that I was clean, right? And then all of a sudden I wasn't. Star Citizen continues to be a shit show. What a pile of garbage. Oh, man. Good God, man. I'm trying to see here. So bad. We're in replay mode here. I want to see if I actually hit the rock. See, here's my vector right here. And then all of a sudden it went to the right. Even though I'm thrusting towards that target. Right? No fucking idea. Yep. I had no control. You can even see it here on the little vector indicator, which you guys probably can't see that small, but it shows nothing. I just all of a sudden didn't have any vector control. And then all of a sudden I got pulled to the asteroid by gravity because there's still no vector here, right? It moved the TBI. Gotta be desynchy bullshit, right? Whatever. Star Citizen is still Star Citizen. What the fuck is going on outside Grimax? Yep, and I lost my ammunition and my meds and stuff, of course. And all of my extra stuff should be in a box there, but I ain't gonna even go all the way over there to try and recover it. I do want to see what the hell's going on outside Grimax, though.
job taking out that Polaris before it could run again.
And there's more script. Well, I mean, you know, it's again, while server meshing is working, right? Server meshing does work. So props to the team.